work out our sound here. Score comes in for Carrie and Ava of 49. Got a full slate of talented teams set to go off today. A second chance in the Open Class 2 to get into the top 7 for tomorrow's final. Of course, every score matters and can be added together and give you a chance to qualify in the final 7 as well. So, top 7 from the first 2 days, top 7 from yesterday and today, and the final 7 combined scores overall. So, a lot on the line here. No extra pressure, of course. Don't mean to suggest that, but folks hoping to get into tomorrow's final. So we saw Davey, we saw Carrie. Our next, when things are in readiness, will be Sharon Allsweed going out there with Carrie. Sharon and Carrie hailing from the great state of Florida. And they are sponsored by Linda Gray. I'm going to assume that's the handler, Linda Gray, and not the actress, Linda Gray, but what do I know? Could be both. Since we have a moment or two here, let's test these sound levels out. Try a little music, and I'll look over and see if that's a little loud. We'll figure this out together. We'll wait for a moment. Looks like Sharon Allsweed and Carrie about to take their spot at the handler's post on this beautiful Kentucky morning. Thank you. Yeah, that's okay.
No, I was asking Sophie.
Oh, okay.
Was that Ben making the noise?
I'm wondering if Mindy and Brad will walk over. Okay. I'll wait for them first. But don't add that to your list just if you happen to.
Well, I'm going to watch the next couple of minutes. That's because they've got wet, I'm sure. Well, then with SOL, they'll have to figure it out. Hey.
That's what that stands for?
She said
You stand into the microphone.
Did you already get one?
Oh, you're lucky to hold fly you.
Set him out. You need me? I did. I know. Is this Carrie? No, this is Sharon.
Establishing that early relationship on the lift. Now bringing them down right. As straight of a line as possible. This is the fetch. Sharon and Carrie are working together right now. Beautiful Kentucky sun.
My only comment is we don't have power running to speaker 1 or speaker 2. So that reflection that you're hearing is actually bouncing in and out of those tents. So that's why it's like, it sounds like.
Does that make it uncomfortable for them in the tent? No?
For me, it didn't. If you want, you could start low and then progressively get them used to it.
That's this one. second one we don't have any power to yet, so the one over here, that's why that's not
So,
doing anything yet.
so yeah, that and also that guy doesn't have power. Doesn't even have an what you call it,
Extension.
or even the OG one,
Wait, which one? No, these
closest one.
doesn't work.
Yeah, because no one has put cable in it, like any power to it.
All right, that's what we need then. That's what we need. So we're just getting one.
Yeah, you're only
One
getting
speaker, oh.
you're only getting one source.
I guess we don't have. We should have. We don't
Well,
have power to that first one.
I don't think you want to plug anything in.
Oh, that would be. Counterclockwise around the handler's post and now lining up for the first leg of the drive.
I don't know where you have your source. So that is where.
Now shifting right to left on the cross drive. And right through that second set of panels. Now redirect, now pointing back towards the shedding ring. Not much of a draw yet over there in the exhaust. Well, don't count them out. So keeping that pressure on, pointing it back this direction. You can see that the breath this morning of the sheep as they work or get worked. A lot of dewy grass out there as well. So beautiful morning conditions. The storm has passed, the calm is here. And coming into that shedding ring, we'll have a chance to watch Sharon and Carrie do their unique dance. Taking one of the three away from the others. Does not matter which, but it has to be done with confidence and control, looking for that opening. You can see the breath of the animals as they work harder and exhale a little more carbon dioxide here. A beautiful, beautiful picture. to start on this one. Oh, yeah, help me get back into, you said, do not disturb? Yeah. Sweet. Nicely. And you hear the approval of the judge here, and now bringing the sheet back together and towards that pen. First chance to see this morning. See what these folks have in store.
That's totally fine. Where's the, you set it right over there? Okay. Yeah, everything's good, everything's fine.
It's all set up.
Great.
Is that where Linda is? Oh, no, it's right there.
You're like a couple after the baby.
I just hope it's,
This is just started.
well, just started to start. Well, they were gonna be a little late.
And there you go, our first morning pen. Fantastic, congratulations, Sharon and Carrie out of Florida. You saw some great maneuvers there. Sheepdog trialing can be a game of inches. Sometimes just that position might be 1 or 2 inches too far, and the sheep kind of get a different sense. So a nice regrouping and bringing them right back around, perfect positioning. They just knew that was their only option, was to head into that dead end. It's like walking through New York City. You don't want to go down that dead end if you don't have to. The pressure and the patience, nicely done. Congratulations to that team. Sharon and Carrie. Well, beautiful morning here. Beautiful morning. So happy to have you all with us. We're going to test a couple things here while we can in between, just to get a sense of where our sounds are. Time waits for no man, woman, or dog at the sheepdog trial. Things march on. We have 65 possibilities today for advancement. Can you hear any music in here?
I don't hear it.
Just had some feedback. The live stream, my voice is way off in the distance. Yesterday.
Yeah, it's because that.
I don't know if they wanted you on the live stream or not. I can tell you from past, it's enjoyable to hear the announcer on the live stream. And it's like as if there's just no microphone close enough to your speaker. It's just way in the distance, and it's kind of, you have to concentrate to hear it, if that makes sense.
Kind of, not because the jokes are intellectual, but because the volume is okay.
Exactly.
Thank you. We can try something different if you want to. It's up to you.
Oh,
I
so
can wear it.
I also re-listened to the live stream.
Sound good?
It's not going to be perfect. Which we can't. We're actually louder.
Okay.
So
That's why I haven't really been like super well. I listened to it last night just to double check everything.
Right down through the slot. That's what we're looking for here this morning. That's what we'll look for this afternoon as well. This is the fetch after that nice long outrun presentation to the sheep. Call that the lift. Now the fetch is bringing them back to the handler. This is what dogs love most. This is their instinct. But sheep don't necessarily love it. So keeping them moving in a straight line is the goal here.
I'll hold it.
Counterclockwise around, now setting up for the first leg of the drive. You see some of these sheep, like a lot of us in the morning, a little feisty. Don't necessarily have all of our leads. So keeping the control, keeping that pressure, that is part of the goal. You saw that lead. Can be be self-defense. They can be where they need to be to take care of business. Sheep make that charge. They can defend themselves, but getting control and getting online, that's what we're seeing right now. Right through the slot here, and nice redirect. Sheep, of course, are very aware of where their friends are and where they'd rather be. So you can see that draw of the exhaust area grow throughout the day, but already. And the last leg of the drive now brings this group into the shedding ring. We have the pleasure of watching Golden walk and fly here out of Illinois. Nice and measured. Of course, there's a temptation to push them too hard, too fast, but that usually goes off the rails. So having that nice pace, keeping the heads up, getting them where you want them. Into the shedding ring now, and here comes Gordon. We call this the shed. This is all the rage amongst middle school students on TikTok. You see this at middle school dances. Find a way to separate one from the others. That's it right there, holding that one. Or sometimes when you leave the 90 and 9 and go after that one, the 90 and 9 have their own ideas, so bringing them back together now. You can see Gordon walking backwards, keeping an eye on the progress of the sheep and the location. Checking that time as he heads towards the pen. See what kind of time he has to work with here. There you go. There you go. You had some skittish sheep there, but that was some fine work to get them to
conclude that that's where they wanted to go. That's some pressure, some patience, and of course a lot of skill and practice. Nicely done, Gordon and Fly. Sponsored by Rebecca Hansen. Some nice work out there. Good morning, everyone. We'll say it a few times because it is such a good morning and such beauty here in Masterson Station Park in Lexington, Kentucky. The storm has passed, blue sky all around. For now, the announcer's curse is a real thing. You never want to say anything too loud and too firmly. But right now, it's hard to imagine the day being anything other than perfect. Just stunning stuff. A nice,
Both sound and. Let's try that. We'll keep going back and forth.
All right, just watch me. I'll do it like.
Sounds good.
we're going to keep testing these sound levels till we have it exactly right. Meanwhile, we've got Christopher Chambers coming out with Maggie from Indiana, sponsored by Urban Shepherds and Maureen Hillen.
Thank you, Kyle. There you go. That's for me or for
That was for the previous.
Thank you.
Nice lift high up on the hillside there. Now Maggie bringing this group down. Ideally, you want to get through the panels, but when it doesn't happen, you just regroup and bring them back to that center line, bring them down, fetch line. Remember, we talked yesterday, greatest distance between 2 points, fastest distance is straight line, but there are no straight lines out there. This is a three-dimensional playing field, so do what you can do. Keep them moving where you want them to go. Well, the standoff out there, sometimes that happens. You notice we've got some sheep that are a little feisty this morning, and That is what you would expect to see sometimes when you feel like eating your breakfast and you're told you gotta go and do your exercises first. Well, that's not what any of us would want. Sometimes you just do what you gotta do. But some nice work out there, some very fine elements by Christopher and Maggie. Happy to have them here with us out of Indiana. A few scores have come in I should let you know about. Sharon and Carrie. So Sharon and Carrie with a score of 77, which is a nice score early today. And Gordon Watt and Fly with a score of 80 this morning. So it's a nice early score under these conditions. Coming up next, Scott Glenn and Rock. All the way from Alberta. Sponsored by Victoria and Vincent Peterson and Teresa and Don Lafferty. Bringing this group down now towards that first set of panels here on the fetch. Such a beautiful thing to watch handler and dog in communication. To watch and listen. Down through the middle here. Remember, these are not tall dogs. The grasses grow high. Sometimes that sight line can be interesting. So working together here to negotiate the terrain and bluegrass. Fall lines and ravines coming in from all directions. Sometimes on flats, sometimes on hills. Keeping the heads up here, keeping them moving towards Scott at the handler's post. First opportunity for these sheep to realize they are being observed, photographed, judged. Nice circle around the handler's post, and that ends the fetch, and now begins the first leg of the drive. You can get a nice sense of the terrain here as you see the sheep and the dog go in and out of sight. I'm 6'5" and sometimes lose sight of the sheep over the hillside there. Just a reminder that bluegrass presents a number of challenges that way. Looks all bucolic and peaceful, and it is. But it's not an easy course. A little bit of encouragement there as they make their way on the cross drive now. Taking that time, positioning them well, and getting them through that second set of panels. The cross drive this year, at least on the right-hand drive, points them right to the exhaust. So the sheep see where they want to go, where they want to end up. So getting them moving once they get going isn't as hard as slowing them down and pointing in the right direction. And then turning them back around and bring them towards the shedding ring, which is where they are coming now. And into the ring steps Scott. And we'll see that unique paso doble here, that partnership.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the judge signals that has been accomplished. Remember, the idea is not only to single one out, but to hold them long enough, and that's what we saw right then. So that is accomplished. Scott making his way up to the pen now, and bringing the group here. Let's see what they've got.
One of the better treatments Scott is he was third at the last final trial. Yeah, I think it was third. But I know that in 2004 he made the semis at the Royal Trial. So he's been successful on the international stage.
And that's the way you do it right there. Nicely done. A fine pen by Scott and Rock. That's Scott Glenn. He may have heard his name before in the sport. It had some nice successes here at the Bluegrass, all over the world for that matter. You notice a lot of folks coming up to watch that run. We're also absolutely thrilled to have them down from Alberta. So grateful to have great neighbors to the north and happy to have them here competing in Kentucky. May that relationship remain ever strong. I mean, we always have those partnerships. We learn a lot from each other. Right here on the Bluegrass, a lot to learn and to share. Some great work there by Scott and Rock. He is a rock, he is an island. As quickly as that, we move on. It'll be Linda Voigt and Tyler going out of Ohio. They've got a great sponsorship this year, sponsored by Tater Salad and the Triple T Border Collies. That sounds like a band I want to join. So Linda and Tyler moving out to the Angels Post. Thank you so much. Right down through the slot. You see a lot of the hills kind of coming in there, a little flat for a moment, then it starts to dip yet again. Rolling hills of Kentucky. Even small variations on the theme out there change the approach. But the ideal in the judge's mind is as straight of a line as possible and working this group well, keeping the heads out, keeping them moving. As Tyler brings them back towards the handler's post. stop and a look towards the judge there. Good shot for their account on Sheep Chat. And now getting lined up for the trip to the first set of panels. So the drive, the single highest element in the scoring for Sheepdog Trial. Possible of 30 points overall. Giving them just enough pressure to get through those panels, not drift back, get them pointed now in the direction towards the other set. This is the cross drive, crossing. Remember, these are not instinctual things for these remarkable border collies. They want to fetch and bring back. Send them away or to send them even on an angle. That is learned and trained behavior. Controlling that pace, getting it through, and then quickly, in this case, letting them know the work is not done. Even though all their best friends are over there in the high grasses. Tyler giving just that pressure to say, hey, not yet. Let's have some fun in the shedding ring first. And into the ring, step the sheep. So into the ring steps Linda. Now a chance to watch this unusual thing. This is a skill, and it is an important one out on the working ranch. Being able to separate one off, or 2 or 3 or 5 or 20, depending on the job at hand. Right now we're looking for just one. Showing that burst of speed to get around, keep them in the ring. That's where the shed must take place. come back into the ring. Judge signals approval there, and now we look. Now Linda making her way up to the handler's post. Take advantage of the time that is left. And Tyler bringing the group up at a nice measured pace. There you go. There you go. Wow. Some nice work there. And the time just runs out after that. So perfect timing there. Well done. Get them up there, getting that position, keeping that pressure, not losing your head or losing your cool. We've seen some feisty sheep this morning. I'm not exactly sure why. I wouldn't call them heavy. They seem to want to move, but they don't want to move where we want them to move. And so you're seeing some great skill and some pressure, and of course a lot of experience out there. These sheep were promised some eggs Benedict this morning and did not get delivered on time. Might be that. Who knows? But they are showing some spirit. We love spirit. And that gives our teams a chance to show what they're capable of as well. So yesterday we had interesting weather, obviously, throughout. And who knows if that has an effect. A little barometric something. But the sheep this morning, a little spirit, a little feist. By the way, the score for Scott and Rock was an 83. 83 for Scott, Glenn, and Rock. We'll look to see and wait to hear what Linda and Tyler will be giving. Our judge today is our judge from yesterday as well. This is Curly McCulley, all the way from Northern Ireland. So happy to have him here, as well as Michael from Lancashire. The score comes in of a 79. 79 for Linda and Tyler. Next up, Sophie, Hemmings, and Davey. Out of Illinois, so happy to have them here.
doing that?
Doing that work to keep this group of sheep pointed in the right direction. Get them onto that imaginary fetch line. Back up to Sophie at the handler's post. This is the task of the fetch. We're up to 20. Important element here. Saw a nice looping out run. A nice lift as well, bringing this group. Remember, these sheep were not at the handlers meeting. They don't have a map in their heads or in the program. So they're not exactly sure where they're supposed to go. So this fine team working them, fetching them back in this direction. And the sheep now up here, a chance to see and survey the area. They can certainly see their friends. They can see the flags. They can see the tents. They might even sense that they're being judged at the moment. And taking that time to bring this group around counterclockwise. There's the photo shot out there. They pass behind that post, between the post and the judge. That ends the fetch, and now begins the drive. More or less an equilateral triangle here, about 150 yards from the post to panels. Whether or not these sheep have taken any geometry classes, we do not know. We don't understand their education system, so they might not know it's an equilateral triangle. But that is the goal. It's what the judge is watching for. These are one-year-olds after all. Their heads are up, and they are moving towards that first set of panels. It seems natural for us to assume they want to go through. Who wouldn't want to go through an open door? But that's not necessarily the case when it comes to sheep. They might be a little nervous about what's behind those doors, behind those panels. But some nice firm pressure there by Sophie and Davey, now getting them turned for the cross drive. We've learned yesterday and today already the importance of getting them lined up as they begin to see all their friends up on the hillside munching on tall grass, perhaps taunting them. Once they know where they want to go, they'll go. And look at that, nicely done, having them lined up and go right through the gates. Now that redirect, that pressure to bring them back towards the shedding ring. Some very, very, very fine work up there on the chorus. Let's give a round of applause to Sophie and Davey. Some very, very nice elements put into place there, and a nice work and a good partnership, one we can look forward to for quite some time. Sophie and Davey come from Illinois, sponsored by Sarah and Tom Mishke and Raina Gatza. A few moments here to just give you some housekeeping items. A reminder, it's probably not necessary, but we did have a nice storm come through last night, most of yesterday. So a few things are down, some branches. We had some signs blow down as well, even a few push pins over there by the information board. So maybe don't walk around barefoot. Try to grab all those as we can. We've done a lot of great volunteers doing a lot of work throughout the evening and morning, trying to put everything back where it needs to be. But just kind of keep an eye on things. We'll do the same. If you see anything that's out of place, let us know and we'll try to make it right. Mother Nature giving us a little demonstration of her power last night and then coming right back and shocking us with dazzling beauty. That's life, isn't it? Nicole Rhodes now and Rope out of Oklahoma, sponsored by Sandy Filberto, taking the Antlers Post.
What's the name again?
This is Nicole.
Last person would be cute.
Let's see. And what's the dog's name?
Rope.
Rope. I think I got that information because I've had a few name changes.
Well, I feel like,
Or are they just changing dogs?
no, well, there are some dog changes. This is today's, and it doesn't have all the information I have, but it's, those should all be accurate. I had them go over it.
So yeah, 74 is when. So that's what I have.
Right now.
Yeah.
74, Lynn? So you have it right, and I have it wrong. So Lynn, okay.
How do I spell Lynn?
L-Y-N. So this one's right, and this one's wrong. That's gonna be fun for me. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, because one of the small spells like man, it doesn't make sense.
So the handler's right, it's the dog's wrong.
Yes.
Okay. All right. The lift has been accomplished, and by the way, I gave you the wrong name on this wonderful border collie. That's Lynn up there. Nicole, I got right. Lynn, I did not, but this is Lynn doing the work, having accomplished a
Nice lift now, bringing this group down onto the fence line. Check that everything. About 450 yards from that set-out spot all the way back to the handler's post. It's a sizable distance. Our judge today, Eamon Curley McCauley from Northern Ireland, watching that line, looking to see how the sheep travel it. Again, a straight line is the ideal, but that is a challenge when the terrain changes every couple of feet. So keeping the heads up and keeping them moving in as straight as line as possible. That is the task at hand. It's worth up to 20 points. It's an important element. And each element in a sheepdog trial run has points involved. So there's no one thing you shouldn't do, or everything matters, and you do your best.
You know, right now, there's nobody here but us chickens, right?
There's no non-chickens?
No non-chickens.
Well, I have so much to teach you all.
Well, and we appreciate it.
Thanks.
Taking that time and lining up for a straight line from post to panel. Our team from Oklahoma. And they're looking fine. Okay. You can see that pressure, that continued pressure on this group. You see their heads hanging a little bit, but not down, just resigned to the fact that they are being moved through this obstacle course. Controlling that pace. You know, this cross-drive becomes an interesting element. It has been yesterday and today. Each trial course is a little different. You've got different things in different spots. This one just happens to have the exhaust where the sheep like to hang out right straight through those panels. So you see the sheep become aware of that, picking up the pace. So pressure, but not too much pressure. This is the challenge for the handlers and canines, right through those gates. And as they step into the ring, so does Nicole. This is the shedding ring, magical fairy ring, the sheep henge. But it is a place of kind of interesting dance and battle. Test of wills. The judge signals his approval there of that shed. Now the task is to bring them back together. Lynn will take care of that while Nicole makes her way carefully, cautiously, keeping appraised of the situation, knowing that she would love to make a run for it.
Yeah, we got quite the setup. Hi, how's it going? Yeah.
And time does run out, as it will eventually, but some nice opportunities there. Sheep and their tricks. Remember, there was a whole band by that name in the 1970s, so Sheep Trick, that is just a recurring theme, and this group not wanting to go into that dead end, and not wanting to go into that dark alley, can't blame them necessarily, but some beautiful elements out there on course. I think Nicole and Lynn will be pleased with so much of that. That pen is such a fun thing. We know that. It's kind of this exclamation mark, and we all look forward to it. Certainly the teams hope to achieve it, but it's really 10 points out of a possible 100. So you get a lot of good scores on other elements, that pen becomes less important. So, but it's always fun to see. We've seen a few this morning. We'll see more, I'm sure, but nicely done. Nicole and Lynn. Sponsored by Sandy Gilberto. This is going to be Nancy Flynn now. Looking out and up the course. Nancy walking out with Ladd. Out of Indiana, sponsored by Beth Watkins, Dash K9 Sports Ltd. Nancy and Ladd, happy to have them with us this morning. A beautiful morning for a Sheepdog Run. Let's see what these two have in store for us. Tell Ladd is excited and ready to go.
about making a warm drink run at all?
I probably should.
If you do, I might
I have these there.
got some liquid.
Yeah. If you're ever like oddly drunk or whatnot, this is your best friend.
That's stuff.
Yeah. That helped me last night.
A long day.
Coming down the fence line, you can see all kinds of hazards out there, like a good Scottish golf course. You've got all kinds of interesting possibilities. Getting in through those gates, of course, that's what we hope for, and that's what we're trying to do, but lots of ways and lots of places. And take the attention of the sheep and send them left or right. And kind of a flat area right now. That won't last as we bring them back towards the handler's post. This is our team out of Indiana. One of the 7 neighboring states of Kentucky. Nancy and Ladd bringing this group up towards the handler's post. This is the last part of fetch. Now it gets interesting for different reasons. As this group of sheep realize all of a sudden that they're on candid camera, that this camera's pointed at them. They might sense there being live broadcast around the country and the globe. How they react to fame. Anyone's guess here, keeping that pressure on, bring them around the back side.
You have the top sponsor lists. Just hit those every now and then. Yeah. We had Tilden show. Okay, perfect. Took care of that one. Yeah.
I thought she was here to hear it, but
That's all right. Tracy came and asked.
couldn't miss that one.
So keeping this group on task, keeping them moving in the right direction. Some of them trying to make a run towards burrows for some music and food. Not time for that. And getting through these obstacles. A nice adjustment right there, taking them right through. Taking that time to line them up becomes important, and we see exactly why right now as they get ahead for a clear vision of their compatriots. They're going to make that run. You might as well have them run right through the gates. That's the goal. Remember, pound for pound, there's a lot of mutton out there on the course. Relatively small dogs, we'll call them medium-sized dogs, 30 to 40 pounds maybe the average. A couple 100 pounds of sheep. So that ability to drive them is a rather remarkable thing. And into the shedding ring now, into the ring steps Ollie and Frazier. Well, in this case, Nancy and Ladd. Some nice elements out there for sure, and ending right there in the shedding ring. Again, we're seeing these sheep with a little extra spice today. Maybe some spice in their feed, who knows? They got a little pep. We're getting a chance to see these teams work against an obstinate, we'll say foe. That's not the word I want to use, but that's the one I've just used. So getting to see just some of that important work that happens out on the farm, out on the ranch. When the sheep don't want to go where you need them to go, then, well, that's what this is all about. This is a refined competition, if you will. These moves are finessed and done to a standard, a high standard of our judge, but they are all working animals, and the skills are all practical and important out on the ranch, out on the range. So what makes sheepdog trialing so interesting is score comes in for Nancy and Lat of a 38. 38. And now we'll look to Chloe Scott and Cindy. As they look out and up the course. Chloe out of New Jersey, Cindy as well for that matter. Sponsored by Caleb Scott and United Agrivoltaics. Amazing, that was my rapper name in high school. Our tape, that's what we need.
Oh, yeah.
Nice lift high on the hill there. A presentation of the dog to the sheep. My name is Cindy. I'll be your waiter today. Let me find you a fine table. Bring them down the fetch line.
know that, but I'm delighted.
Thank you, you're doing a really nice job, and thank you for stepping in, we truly appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
30 seconds.
Nicely done through that set of panels, and a redirect now from right to left for those who are watching on our live stream. That's basically south to north, more or less. Now you see them find their stride. We know what they're running for and what they want to run to, so controlling that run, lining it up.
We have a station right there. So that's what we're hearing.
When they start howling like that, I was like, bringing them back now towards the shedding ring. That is the last leg of the drive. Got those beautiful sounds of the bird. We've got a few other sounds out there as well. A lot happening here, and the sheep would rather go and hang out in the tall grass. There's a Fleetwood Mac song about that. These aren't secondhand ewes. They are yearlings from the Targhee Rambouillet cross. Come all the way from Billings, Montana. Is that area, actually a place called Moult, Montana. And into the ring they step, so Louie does the same. Recollect this group, bring it back into the ring. That shed must happen inside that ring. And get a little feistiness here with our Targhee Rambouillet, so keep that pressure on. Take what you're given and make what you can out of it. Bring them all back into that ring. See if we can make this shed happen again. It can be the lead sheep, can be the tailing sheep, doesn't necessarily matter. Just got to get control, get one singled out, separated, and control. That's what we're looking for.
There we go. That's what the judge was looking for right there. Holding that one sheep out. We often think of sheep as being docile. We use that as our metaphor. Not to be like a sheep and follow the flock, but actually they're smart, intelligent, strong animals. We're seeing some feistiness there. And the time runs out. They are 11 minutes, but some great work there with the pen door open, and just a little more time probably would have seen that happen. Some nice command there, and some great patience and persistence by this fine team out of New Jersey. Chloe and Cindy, well done. Good to see you here at Bluegrass Classic. It bears mentioning a few times just what a big deal it is to compete in the open trial at Bluegrass. This is a 60-plus year event. It's been happening for a long time. And it attracts the best from around the country. Indeed, we've got international competitors as well. So being in the Bluegrass is kind of like making it to the NBA playoffs. It's not easy to do, and once you get there, well, you never know how it's going to go, but you've got lots of experience and a lot of hope. And we've seen some beautiful moves out there, wonderful teams. Haley Foyt now walking out to the handler's post. Haley taking out Maddie. They are from Ohio, sponsored by Susan Rayburn. So Haley and Maddie, it's like they're ready to go on this beautiful bluegrass morning. Thanks for your help today.
Yeah, thank you for announcing.
Not sure what's happening here. They got to call him back. We're gonna do it again. Well, we've
Mentioned a few times the feistiness of some of our sheep, and looks like that group had some plans of their own. They heard there was a party down at University of Kentucky and wanted to get down there as fast as possible. So we're going to recycle this group and give our team a chance to start fresh. Sometimes that's what you need, a fresh start, don't we all? I've mentioned a few times our judge today, Eamon Curley Macaulay, lives on the outskirts of Larne, Northern Ireland. Grew up in a farming family, began a sheepdog trialing career at age 11. Though he had a passion for farming, eventually made a living in construction and recently retired. So we're so happy to have him here with us. His son Dean actually judged this contest last year, so we've got a nice Macaulay pipeline here, and we sure enjoy it. Michael Longton is over on the nursery side of things today from Lancashire, England. So we've got an international judging corps, which is kind of fantastic when you think about it. Back in the 1860s, that's the first record we have of an organized sheepdog trial in New Zealand. It spread to Australia in 1870s and Great Britain by the 1890s. And of course, here we are in 2025, 60 plus years of this trial here in this country. That's not to say that the art of being a shepherd started in the 1860s. That goes all the way back. You'll find references to the work of the shepherd and animals to help in that process. All the way back in the Odyssey, the Iliad, all kinds of literary and religious texts. So an important tradition with a lot of beautiful kind of Zen aspects to it, and everything you see out here, though these are working skills and working dogs, and in most cases working handlers actively working, there's always metaphors to be found here, importance of patience and persistence. I think the beauty of the partnerships between these handlers and their remarkable border collies, that goodness and that respect both directions goes so far. And then, of course, there's all the metaphors of a live sporting event. What you want to have happen and what actually happens, not always the same thing. And so being able to go with the flow, to find a way to get the work done, even when it doesn't work out the way you thought it would or should. These are all life lessons that can be drawn from sheepdog trialing. One of the great things about this sport, of course, is it's happening outside in Mother Nature, whatever the conditions bring, we make the most of that as well. So those metaphors and those lessons continue on. Blue sky, sunshine here at the Bluegrass Classic this morning. That is absolutely welcome. We had kind of a volatile day yesterday. Not a bad day. No such thing as a bad day, just bad clothing. So Esther Gates now stepping out of the gate, along with Ella, out of Ohio. Sponsored by Alex Hilton and Eternal Sculptures.
Did you say he moved 77 to 80?
Yeah, it's 84, so this is Esther.
So,
Teresa, then Haley.
Working their way down the fetch line there. Some nice work keeping those heads up, keeping them moving at a good pace. I had the pleasure of sharing an Airbnb with our judges this year and listening to them talk about sheepdog and trialing and their passion for it. Northern Ireland and England and the traditions they come from, what they look for. It's been fascinating and very, very informative.
Not everybody.
They understand, as we do, that the sheep have minds of their own and sometimes don't fall into place. And so what you can do with the sheep you're given, that is the excitement and the fascination here. Had a lot of really complimentary things to say about the work they've seen here and the skill. We're seeing that right now as we set up for the first leg of the drive here. That's Lily and Maddie out there, all the way from Ohio, where it's high in the middle and round on both ends, I'm told. Kind of like this field here, low in the middle, round on both ends. Nice breeze blowing here, all of our state and country flags. Adding a dash of color here to complement the green. I feel like I know most of my flags, just not all of them. It's either Jamaica or the scuba diving flag over there.
This is Esther. Haley got a read one.
So much. This is Esther and Ella, my apologies, also from Ohio. Got that part right at least. Now on that cross drive. We've moved Haley down in the list since her sheep kind of had to be reshuffled, so my apologies once again. This is Esther and Ella. Doing some fine work on the cross drive now. Well, we've had some math and science lessons throughout this week, and we've certainly seen the geometry out there on the field right now, getting a little bit of advanced physics. E equals mc squared as that mass of sheep over the exhaust gets larger, that attraction, that force grows stronger as well. So what does it take to escape that gravity? Well, the persistence and pressure of the sheepdog. This is Ella doing that work right now, bringing them up patiently. They step into that ring, Esther will do the same. Now we get to watch that curious and wonderful dance of the shed in the shedding ring. It's a magical place inside that ring. Walked by last night and saw a few will-o-wisps cruising around there. The magic today is all about the shed, trying to choose one, find one that you can single out and hold to gain the possible 10 points here in the ring. Yeah, finding that hold, creating that space, and you gotta hold that one. That's why I'm gonna rack them up here and try again. It's easy on paper, but remember you're dealing with 3 sheep that don't know the game plan, they prefer to stick together.
No, not waffles, pancakes, but blueberry. So,
Yeah, I think after this one, I'll set it up as a light shot. I'm gonna
Judge, of course, looking to see that the partnership is indeed a partnership. So each member of the team here crucial in this process. But holding and putting that pressure on. Shifting that position, that's part of it. And looks like time does run out. Esther, Gates, and Ella with some fine work out there. Some nice positioning there. Sometimes those sheep just don't want to split, you know? It's like a good rock band. You don't want to split them up. Keep them together.
Yeah, kind of like a Grateful Dead I've seen for.
Yes, right.
Good job.
This is the one. Sure, pick up sponsors.
Just read that throughout the day.
That's easy.
Not yet.
That's not long.
I used, that's me.
Oh, okay.
That's not them.
Okay, that's at
Now
10
you-
o'clock.
Yeah, just throughout the day. We're gonna start unpacking those, so we probably won't open till 10:30.
Okay.
But you can just say that
Just remind me.
and say after 10:30.
If I want to get a shirt,
Yeah, what size do you want? This is a shirt. This is what it looks like, or there's long sleeve.
is there is a lunch?
And long sleeve is, you want to have a picture of this, send it to us.
Are there any?
Yeah.
Let me give you my credit card. I want to bring it over.
We're not even going, I'll just get you a hat from that, you know, this one. Okay, I'll do this. Yeah. We got a distressed one, and would you like a hat too, my friend?
Sure.
Okay, I'll get you each a hat. This one, okay.
Yes.
My friends, we have the distinct pleasure right now to welcome one of our guests who has traveled quite a way to be here, all the way from Switzerland, Mr. Andreas and Quint is our beautiful border collie here. They are sponsored by Randy Sports, and we are honored that they made the trip all the way from the beautiful country of Switzerland.
Thank you.
There's the roof.
And that's the lift. With up to 10 points. That introduction between the dog and the sheep. Now working together to bring this group down on a straight line, as straight as possible. Andreas and Quint from the German-speaking side of Switzerland. So if you listen carefully, you'll hear a German accent to the whistles. Nice picture right there of sheep coming up the hill, noticing for the first time. They are center of attention. Flags of many nations and states. And an audience to boot. What would they think if they knew they were being live streamed around the world, perhaps being watched in Switzerland as we speak? And we've arranged for the planes from Delta Airlines to fly over in honor of our international handlers. A little dip of the wing there and away from the pilot. Just make it out. Captain Stevens, it says. That is a beautiful picture. On that first leg of the drive now. Right now, the folks in that plane looking down here and saying, that's fantastic. I'm up here eating sun chips and cookies. I wish I could be down there enjoying that sheepdog trial. This is a cross drive from right to left. Keeping that pace manageable, keeping them moving, but pointing them as best you can. That second set of panels, tough to do when all those sheep are calling. A nice redirect and pointing them down back to the shedding ring. Of course, most of what I know or think I know about dogs in Switzerland revolve around the St. Bernards and the Swiss mountain dogs, mixing a martini for those caught in cold or caught in an avalanche. But it's wonderful to know that there is this tradition in Switzerland as well, and it's a great town. Thank you so much. Clearly, we're seeing that right now as we come into the ring here. This is once again again, Andreas and Quint working now. A little sheet made of a moment there as they circle around, trying to get a sense for who's where. We didn't have any sheet NATO warnings this morning, but seeing a few out there as they circle. Judge signals his approval of that shed. Now, Andreas making his way to the pen, a chance to perhaps put an exclamation mark on this run. I think even a semicolon would be fine. Oh, the time runs out just at that last moment. Looked like it was all going to happen. Some beautiful work there at the pen, some patience and steady persistence. Some very, very nice work there by Andreas and Quint, all the way from the German-speaking side of Switzerland. Turns out our sheep are bilingual. Nicely done. So thrilled to have them with us. We'll get to see his friend coming up a little bit later on, not too long from now, another coming from that part of Switzerland, but Andreas with some fine work out there. And Quint as well. 4 official languages in Switzerland, so you've got to be bilingual, and I imagine the dog needs to be quadlingual, depending on where you're doing your sheepdog trials. So nicely done, some great, great elements. In fact, these sheep don't want to go in. They want to keep going around. They had a good time. Just an announcement for you, for all of our handlers, make sure and pick up sponsorship hats and dog food at the merch gazebo. That'll be it's kind of opening up, got a soft opening going on right now, but it'll be opened up fully, and throughout the day you can go and grab hats and dog food. And for Andreas and Quint, a 69. 69. Nicely done. Just a reminder, we did have a group of sheep that had to be recycled, so Haley, Hoyt, and Maddie will be going in position number 84, so after Teresa, and it is a beautiful morning, absolutely. A little wind coming in right now, but that just makes the photo ops that much better. Bill Young and Bella, right here in Kentucky, looking to move out into the field here momentarily. Bill and Bella, Bella and Bill, inseparable. Sponsored by John Porter. So a little Kentucky team right here on their home turf. Their home Bluegrass. I wish them both all the best. Nice. Like that.
Pets like that go a very long way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the last.
Yeah. They'll sweat in them.
They're probably made with handlers in mind, right? So they're meant to be used out in the field.
Survive.
It's a dad hat. Like that.
So we saw that outrun, covering a lot of distance, 450 yards from here to the set out spot, but make that nice long loping outrun is quite a bit more added to it. So a long distance for the dogs. And boy, they love to run. And one thing they'd like to do more than that is to fetch. And that's what we're watching right now after that nice lift up on the hillside, bringing this group down through the fetch panels. Right down through the middle. It's like flying in the slot at Guadalcanal. Gotta line it up right, make it happen. Our sheep making their way with a little help from their friend, their new friend, up into the shedding ring temporarily here as they'll go around counterclockwise around the handler's post for a right-handed drive. Hard to believe the weather is as beautiful as it is. Such perfect conditions, a nice light breeze, medium breeze, keeping things cool, nice and green out there. After a long, dark night of soul, we find ourselves here. You see that fine positioning there, getting them lined up between the handler's post and the panels. She's looking back to see that border collie eye. That crouch. Again, no barking to be heard here. That's not how this work gets done. It's with the border collie eye and that fantastic position. That tongue, even those teeth, a little bit of a predatorial look, but of course this is to move the sheep. That's what it takes. Nice pressure there through the gates and then quick redirect. Not giving them time to wander. I will line them up towards that second panel. I say we as though I'm part of that partnership. I am not, but I'm sure excited to be here. Here they go. And that's kind of what it's been taking here. Right through the middle there, you got them lined up and head them off at the pass. Bring them now on the last leg of the drive up into the shedding ring. If we have anyone here that's come from the community, maybe come for the very first time, they have some programs for you up in the little White House. They can give you information about the rules and the scoring and even some information about our handlers. Right now, Bill moving out into the circle to join Bella. What we call the shed. It's a magical fairy ring out there, 40 yards in diameter. 2 pi r in the circumference. And a little stamping out there that shows you, reminds you that these sheep have no real reason to do what they're being told to do, except pressure and persistence. That's the hold right there, giving enough time for the judge to see that that has been accomplished. Now we bring these guys back together. You see Bill making his way up to the 10 for a chance. Getting these three in there. Let's see Bill and Bella.
You need anything?
You did? A yoga class.
Okay, good. Tell Steven he made it this morning.
See the brand, so
All right.
appreciate it.
And that is how you do it. Nicely done. Sometimes you open the gate and you just go in. Now, that makes it seem easy. Of course, it's not. It's about where you position and how you position. But nicely done. Bill, Young, and Bella out of Kentucky for the hometown crowd putting on a show here. Really, really nicely done. In fact, I think the folks up in that United Airlines plane got to see that pen. That's one they will be Instagramming for the next 3 years. So, well, we've had some wonderful scores come through here, and it's interesting. I was thinking about why the sheet might be a little feistier this morning. I guess maybe one of the obvious answers might be they had to go through the same storm we did, and if we didn't get perhaps all the sleep we hoped for, or got a little restless sleep, maybe that's them too. So, but our handlers and our dogs making great, doing some great things and making the most out of that situation, getting some nice scores and certainly getting through the course in some beautiful ways. We have a chance now to see Beverly, Lambert, and Lee out here on the course out of North Carolina, sponsored by Angie Driscoll and the Kinlock Pet Travel Limited. Beverly and Lee.
Hello.
Getting trained?
I'm the new, taking over, shift change.
Thank you.
Nice score.
Thank you.
Score comes in for Bill, Young, and Bella, 86. 86. Yes, yes. Bill and Bella. I believe that ties our highest score so far on the day. Here comes Beverly and Lee. We wish them all the best. Nice lift up there high on the hill. You saw that outrun. Just can go to the left or to the right. That's up to the handler and the dog. That lift is that introduction, that meeting between the dog and the sheep. And here we go, down the fetch line. Picked up a few folks from the community here, so we'll give them a little insight as we can. This is kind of like being in the NBA playoffs here. These are some of the finest teams from around the country, including around the globe here. This is the open class, and these dogs have been at this for a while. A lot of talent, a lot of experience. You see the handler at the post, sending the dog up high on the hill. We call that the outrun. It's worth up to 20 points. The lift is when they get their attention and begin to move them, and this is the fetch. All border collies are awesome, but not all border collies are suitable to this type of work, or at least not at this level. If they have that herding instinct, you find that out quick. If they've got it, then they can do remarkable things, as we're watching happen before our eyes with Beverly and Lee getting them lined up now for the first leg of a equilateral triangle of drive.
We have a small loss. There was a little lady the other day on the August field who lost a pair of glasses, and we didn't get her name or number.
She found them?
But no, the next day somebody brought us a set of brown framed glasses. I think they're ladies' glasses. So we got them. We have a braided leash. We have one tiny skirt. I don't know if somebody found it.
Okay.
And then an earring, and it's got engraving on the back. It's a little silver earring with a stone on it.
This is our lost and found, and I'll mention
If
these.
you could mention, because there may be somebody who doesn't even realize they did
It's
something.
great.
Yeah, and I can't quite make it out.
Is the braided leash engraved?
No, but the earring, I can't tell if it was like the artist who did it, engraved it, or maybe even the person who owned it had it engraved or something. It looks like somebody's name.
I'll get the word out. Appreciate that.
Now, each of our teams here is given 11 minutes to work with, so your high score doesn't come from being the fastest to finish. The high score comes from being able to do it right, do each element with as much precision and style.
Nicely done.
Nicely done through that second set of panels, and that quick redirect, letting him know the job is not over yet. Border Collie, a working dog, It is not hard to fall in love with a Border Collie breed, but just know that if you bring one home, they need work, they need jobs to do, and if you don't give it to them, they will create jobs and create work. It may or may not be what you had in mind, so but give them an opportunity to do what they're doing right here. Well, we see Happy Dog, Happy Handler coming into the shedding rate here. Beverly steps out to join the action. This is the shed. For those who have just joined us, the idea now is to work as a team, positioning on either side of the street. Separate one and hold that one. Nicely done. The judge calls his approval. That's Burley McCauley from Northern Ireland calling that approval. So honored to have our judges from Northern Ireland and England here this year. This is an international event. Now a chance to open that pen door and see what can happen. Some really beautiful work done in that run out there. Just a little bit of a standoff there. With that pressure at the pen can be really intense. Such a narrow space, a small space, trying to get these three sheep that don't want to be there, don't want to go that direction. Sometimes we do know that a dog can practice self-defense if a sheep comes with them, but we do try to hold off and make sure that everyone is safe there. So great work by Beverly, Lambert, and Lee out of North Carolina. Always a pleasure to watch them run. And, they do not disappoint. A reminder, a couple things. We do have a lost and found as our event has been going on for a few days. We've picked up a few interesting things. We've got a set of brown framed glasses. Got a braided leash. Got a very small specialty screw that we're not sure what that goes to. And hopefully not to your trailer hitch. And then we have an earring that has a special engraving on the back. Might be something precious to somebody out there. So if you're missing anything, we also found a $1,000 bill. If you can identify its shape and color, we'll get that to you. If you're missing anything, come let us know that as well. A reminder, early on we had Haley, Foyt, and Maddie. We had to recycle their sheep early on, so they'll be coming back to compete for us, not next, but in 2 from now, if that 3 from now. So,
Vicki, Teresa, and then. So she'll be 3 for now. Let's double check with you on that.
Yeah, I was like, she's sort of right.
and now stepping out, or getting ready to, at least when the set-out crew is good to go. Don't want to send your dog out if there's no sheep to work with. But our set-out crew has been fantastic throughout the last several days. We'll just modulate our voice and say, thank you, set-out crew. I'm going to suspect they don't hear that, but if they do, we sure appreciate you out there. Our Exhaust, folks. They get to be exhausted all day long. That's just what they sign up for. We sure appreciate that. That's kind of a thankless task. Even the sheep aren't thankful at that moment, but couldn't do it without them. A lot of volunteers involved in this event. For your information, over on the other side of the venue, you will find some of our novice classes. Some of the younger dogs, sometimes 3 and younger in the nursery, sometimes open novice.
Great.
Sometimes just one stage below, kind of the AAA, if you will, but right now you're watching the big leagues. This is the open trial. Hey.
It's green, and it has Grover Cleveland on it.
Oh, it blew away again.
Oh, it's gone. You said that, I'm like, you're having
Is
too
it
much
really
fun.
Grover Cleveland?
Yeah, believe it or not.
How did he get there? How'd that
I
happen?
have no idea.
Vicki, Russell, and Judah. Out of Georgia, stepping too close to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Something like that. Don't quote that. The mountains range something. Exactly.
Our wind's picking up here just a little bit, but boy, that is a beautiful scene right there. This is Vicki and Judah making their way down the fetch line. Judah bringing this group all the way down from the set-out spot, about 450 yards. That is the fetch line. It's an imaginary line or an invisible line. But in the judge's mind, it's a real one. It comes straight on through to the handler's post. Bringing this group now up into a little rise up the hill. Now the sheep becoming painfully aware that they are being filmed and being talked about and being watched. Not just pressure from behind, but now you've got social media pressure. It's a whole different creature. Keeping them nice and tight, moving them as a group, counterclockwise around the handler's post. Each part of a sheepdog trial run has points at stake, and now we've come to the halfway point in terms of points anyway. Some distance still to be covered, to be sure. The outrun worth up to 20, he's lift up to 10, fetch up to 20, and now this is the drive, the single most valuable element overall, 30 points. Roughly for our young people, this is an equilateral triangle. You thought, I'll never use that in real life, and it turns out you do. So know your equilateral triangles here, 150 yards from the handler's post, the first set of panels. For those who have joined us for this event, just a reminder that there is a plan, a prescribed route for the sheep. The dog and the handler are making that happen, but the sheep have no idea what they're supposed to do, where they're supposed to go.
I'm pretty sure someone just turned you down.
Turn it down. Can you turn it down over there?
Yeah, there's knobs. Put everything on 3 though.
Where's 3?
Sorry, I meant like on the speakers itself.
Everything's on 3?
So if someone moved it, it'll be below that.
Nicely done through the panels there. Now that redirect. You can see the draw up there, all those sheep lounging around like a scene from the Roman baths, telling stories about how they push the dogs around, making up lies. That's what these sheep would like to do too, so gotta keep that pressure on. Now into the shedding ring. Vicki and Judah gonna work together now. So they can single off one or shed one. It could be front or back. That is not crucial at this event. It does have to be held to the judge's satisfaction. These are yearling sheep. They come all the way from Montana for this event, well-traveled from the Billings area. They're not used to the sights and the sounds, and right now the smells of high-level competition. And the judge signals approval there. Now you'll see Judah bringing this group back around together while Vicki makes her way over to the pen, see what time she has to work with. We all start with 11 minutes, and that's where we end as well. Let's see how we do. This is an exciting part of this. Let's see what this fine team can do.
And
there you go. That's what you look for, and that's what you want. That is a nice piece of work right there at the pen. You saw that patience crouching so low. No barking, no intimidation in the verbal sense. Just that side eye, that famous border collie eye. You see that tongue wagging right now. Lots of work. He's going to go take a little dip in the pool. Cold water plunging has become very popular amongst the border collie set, as have sauna and pedicures, I'm told. Fantastic work out there, well done for Vicki and Judah out of Georgia. They're sponsored by Stephen and Darla Kell, and getting a well-deserved cool down. Reminder to handlers, make sure to pick up your sponsorship hats and dog food at the merch gazebo. That's going to be, I think they're setting up that right now. They'll be able to take care of you. Beautiful new design on the shirts and the hats this year. A collector's item to be sure. The score comes in of 71. 71 for Vicki and Judah. Heading out to the handler's post, Teresa Lafferty, Teal, out of Wisconsin. Telly it is, Telly. group wanting to run. Telly putting some pressure and position on them, bring them back to that fetch line. Each group of sheep has their own interesting dynamic. Calming them down, but getting their heads up and getting them moving in the direction you want them to go. This group realizing they are part of a larger plan. Not necessarily thrilled about that, but Kelly doing some fine work to bring them down counterclockwise. Close up there for our live broadcast sheep. I'm setting up for that first leg of the drive. This is Teresa and Telly out of Wisconsin. Redirect to bring this group into a cross drive from right to left. Shout out to all of our soccer players whose games got canceled this morning. After the torrential downpour last night, we picked up some of the soccer community here. You're getting to see a high level of sheepdog trialing here. This is kind of like getting free tickets to the World Series. This is the cross drive now. You see the sheep picking up some speed because all of their friends are over there.
No, oh my God, I was like, I couldn't sleep. Oh my God. Yeah, because we're like you guys, and I'm just like, we can't.
Stepping away from the handler's post now. Some nice work out there. Certainly some fine elements here. Each group of sheep has their own hive mind, if you will, or flock mind. So we're sure pleased to have Teresa Lafferty and Telly all the way down from Wisconsin. Sponsored by Laura Kincaid. Love the name Telly. Television, Telemonster, Telemachus. Kinds of inspirations. That television has been just fine getting this group in. Being called over now for a well-earned dip in the pool, I suspect. Thank you to Teresa and Telly. Now we see stepping out. This is a change in our run order. This is Haley Foyt back at the handler's post again with Maddie out of Ohio, sponsored by Susan Rayburn. They Just a reminder, the sheep sometimes do what the sheep want to do, and they were here before, and their sheep just took off trying to catch a concert over at Burroughs. So happy to have them back at the handler's post with a fresh set of sheep.
No.
You saying that? Burroughs?
What?
Burroughs?
It's the
The Burrow?
Yeah, you said that. I went.
The
Okay.
Burrow. The Burrow. All right. That's how you know an insider from an outsider. We have a famous ski resort in Utah, and it's Alta. It's phenomenal. But for some reason, people call it, management call it Alta. And so we know if we're trying to we say Alta. Sure. Yeah, I like Alta.
Okay, cool.
Okay, yeah. Just drop your money before you go home. The Burrow.
Yeah, it's not for people. That's for people. Oh, yeah. Thank you. That's good. Enjoy. Thank you.
And that's the lift.
problem.
The dog comes down after that outrun. You'll notice that outrun comes far and around, trying to come down on an angle that doesn't spook the sheep, but does get their attention. It's kind of that introductory meeting. It's that old Hollywood story of boy meets sheep, girl meets sheep. Where it goes from there, no one knows. Looking for the fetch line here, bringing it down off the mountain in as straight of a line as possible. And ideally through that set of panels right in the middle of the field. And there you go, right through the panels. Mentioned a few times, these sheep come all the way from Montana. So these are tough western sheep. They're yearlings. They've spent the first year of their lives fending off predators and sticking close to each other. All of a sudden they step out of a transport, find themselves in the lush bluegrasses of Kentucky, lots to eat. All the bourbon they can drink. It's heaven here, but of course there's work to be done, it turns out. We've got Maddie out there letting them know that there is that work to be done. So this is the bottom or the close of the fetch, bringing them down on that line towards the handler's post. Just a reminder, our sheepdogs are relatively small, between 30 and 40 pounds is perhaps the average. Pushing around a couple 100 pounds of sheep here. Come back tomorrow and join us. It'll be one dog pushing 20 sheep around. So the power and the presence of these border collies is remarkable. Counterclockwise around the handler's post brings an end to the fetch, and now the beginning to a drive. It's a right-handed drive to the set of panels over on the right side, then across to the left, and then back to the ring. Our sheep came to a shorn, beginning to grow back pretty quickly, but they don't look necessarily intimidating, but they're smart, strong animals, especially when they flock together. There's a lot of power, and so watching what these trained dogs can do with the help and partnership of their handlers is rather remarkable. If you know what you're looking at, it's an amazing, amazing thing that's happening out there on the field. Right now, moving the dogs away from the handler, that is against the instinct of the border collie. So that, well, it looks and sounds straightforward, it is not. That is training.
Tracy.
And through the panels, and now that quickly direct. So now right to left is the plan. For those that have just joined us, you'll see the sheep are quite willing to move in this direction, but that is because all of their buddies are up there on the hillside beneath that tree in some shade and tall grass. The trick is, can you move them through the panels? The answer is yes. Yes, you can. Now you got to stop them and bring them back. This is Haley Foyt and Maddie, all the way from Ohio. I know with the wind it can be a little hard to hear some of the calls, but there is communication and training at play here. You hear commands sending the dog left or right, sometimes around, sometimes letting them know to come to some kind of a stop and to wait. That can vary from trainer to trainer, but the intelligence of the border collie rather remarkable. This is an open trial, which means that technically any breed, give it a shot, but you have to be able to show you can do it. Really, to be honest, the Border Collie, again and again, is the breed that shows that occasionally we'll see a Kelpie come in and do the work as well, so I don't want to say never. But Border Collie seems to be the most well suited for this level of competition. Into the shedding ring now steps Haley to join Maddie. And the judge calls his approval there. That is the shed. Now, of course, the sheep would like to be done, but they are not. One more possibility here over at the pen. Trying to get these three very reluctant sheep to go into a blind alley with no food or water there. So there's that pressure now, Maggie bringing them over. And time runs out. Sometimes there's time. And that was some beautiful work there by Haley and Maddie out of Ohio. Getting all the way to that pen, just not enough time. 11 minutes is not a lot of time to get through that distance and a lot of aspects of the trial run. But some beautiful work in the shedding ring and some nice work out on the course. Congratulations, and right into the tub. Oh, yeah. That just looks nice. I think after a while, a few of us might hop into those tubs. It's warm here today, but that breeze taking the edge off. So as I mentioned, there's other events happening here at this. These are the big leagues right here, but over on the other side of the venue, you will see other dogs in the novice field, nursery 4, novice 2, pro novice, all happening on the other field. Score comes in of 64 for Haley and Maddie. Congratulations. Now we see Mr. Bob Allen of Louie stepping out onto the field here out of Missouri, sponsored by Jessica Watson. Always fun to see these two work. And Bob and Louie will have their chance here at the Bluegrass Classic. Nice lift up high on the hillside there. The lift is that initial meeting between the dog and the sheep. So much comes from that meeting. You want to have confidence and some power, but not too much. Don't come on too strong. Let them know that you are going to drive this train and help them move down the fetch line now. So this is the fetch. Each element worth a different amount of points, 20 points, up to 20 on that outlaw. Up to 10 on the lift, and this is the fetch. 20 points at stake here as well, right through the middle there. Nicely done. Again, remember the sheep don't know where they're supposed to go, so when they go someplace, it's because that's where the pressure and the patience and that remarkable side eye of the border collie tells them to go. Don't worry about the dog swinging back and forth. That's what dogs do to make a sheep stay in as straight of a line as possible. The judge is watching the sheep to see how that line goes. The dog can do whatever the dog needs to do to make that line straight. Now the sheep coming up into our area now. It's like getting out of a limo at Grauman's Chinese Theater. All of a sudden, we've got an audience, cameras. We've got Purina Pro Plan signs, and Purina makes sheep chow too, I believe. So this is bright lights, big city all of a sudden. Counterclockwise around the pen, around the post, between the pen and the post, and now lining them up for the first leg of the drive, the right-handed drive. Right through the panels, now that redirect. Now you'll see the sheep willingly run. Now the challenge isn't to get him to move, but to get him to move in the right way. So things change in every moment of this course. You notice that pressure when Louie backs off a little bit, the sheep slow down. And that push to push them through, hopefully. And there they go. That's what you want. Now, a redirect to bring them back down, the last leg of the equilateral triangle. $150 yards on each. A cubed. A plus A plus A. So we are covering some distances out there, to be sure. 450 yards in the drive. One more leg to go. And now into the shedding ring. Here come the sheep, so there goes Bob, who will step in now for that delicate dance we call the shed. You'll notice the shedding ring is on an angle, a tilted angle. That makes it interesting as well for this process. Using uphill or downhill to your advantage, depending. The idea is to find one and to separate one from the other two and to hold that one in the front or the back. Different competitions to send out different numbers of sheep, but the process is the same. Here we go.
Good.
Held that one, and now Bob will begin to make his way towards the pen. While Louie is going to bring this group up. So Bob and Blue out of Missouri here, the chance for a pen. Let's see. When life opens a door, sometimes it closes it behind you. Nicely done. That's a pen, my friends. And that is a wonderful exclamation mark on a fine run. That is not an easy thing to accomplish. A reminder, there's no real reason, no great reason why the sheep want to go into that dead end. But with patience and pressure, and we saw a few times, having to reposition, but holding the power and holding their attention, nicely done. Bob, Allen, and Louie. They, by the way, are sponsored by Jessica Watson. If you have joined us just recently and would like to pick up a program from the little White House here near the pen, you can certainly do so. It has names of our teams, the dogs, a little bit of information about how the competition is run, schedules, and of course a list of our fine sponsors. We sure appreciate all of them. Right now, walking out to the post, Jennifer Bosnos and Dot, all the way from Illinois.
that. So high on the hill. You see Dot doing the work to bring this group down the fetch line. If you've got your program, you'll see a schematic of how this event takes place. It's the one on the left-hand side. Tomorrow, all bets are off, and we've changed to an even more complex run. But today, the outrun takes you high up onto the hill. You pick up your sheep from something we call the lift. This is now the fetch. It is instinctual for a border collie to go get the stock and bring them in, fetch them, if you will. So this right now is something these dogs were literally born to do. It's part of their breed. But the sheep, on the other hand, not necessarily interested in straight lines. Just because we are does not mean they are. So this is work right now, and this is Jennifer and Dot working together to establish that straight line back towards Jennifer at the handler's post. We all know the song, "Carry On My Wayward Sheep," and there's a reason that that song resonates. They would go whatever way they could if they can. So keeping their heads up, keeping them moving. Want a program?
Yes. I can grab one. I just wasn't. Here you go. This is what I need. Thank you for doing it.
Now these sheep have been recently shorn. They were shorn before they were dropped off to us here, but they've come all the way from Montana, near Billings. Perhaps don't look as intimidating after their haircuts. That's kind of how it goes for me too. But do not make the mistake of thinking that these aren't strong and powerful sheep. They are. They have spent their first year in the high mountains of the high altitude of Montana, fending off predators and learning to stick together. And so our teams have their work cut out for them. You know these are tough sheep. If you look very closely, they all have matching tattoos that say range, free, or die on them. So
We only have about 25 programs.
So no more plugging in that program?
And we have a donation jar there, but everybody's got, oh, I've got no money.
No.
All
right, that's fine, my
We've
fault.
got to save some for tomorrow.
Okay, I'll just stop talking about it.
Oh, and one year, ordered like 2 boxes of them, and I think we had a rainy weekend, no announcer, and we wound up throwing away a box of it.
It's always going to be one or the other, isn't it?
Yeah, but
I'll just not mention anymore, and then
well, and everybody just came up, one for everybody in the family.
power with the microphone. Well, we'll save it for tomorrow. That makes sense because that'll be more
And
complicated.
they may be all gone today anyway, I mean, just don't mention it. Okay,
Thanks,
I
Sue.
just didn't,
No, I'm glad. I didn't even know about the donation thing, so I'll have to notice it. So if I do announce tomorrow, I'll mention for a small donation. I'd love to put one in your hands.
well,
So.
we've got the donations in right by the programs.
Yeah, I still sneak at Costco.
What?
I still go round and around the things at Costco until they finally send it home.
Oh,
For
really?
example, so.
When you used to always take the kids and what's for lunch today? Boring. We're at Sam's Club. Yeah, they don't do that anymore.
Just gotta keep going around and around at Costco until it happens. So.
Well, you have a hot Costco, do you now?
Now you can see that gravity pulling towards the other sheep there. And that is the exhaust. That's where the sheep that are done for the day get to lounge around, make up stories, and eat some deep, deep grasses. So that is where all the sheep would like to get to eventually. But not yet, not yet. Jennifer and Don to bring this group back down towards the shedding. Once again, this is Jennifer Bosnos and Dot out of Illinois. And stepping away from the post here, let's give a round of applause to Jennifer Bosnos and Dot, all the way from Illinois. Some fine work out there together, a nice partnership and a good team. Well, you're going to see some treats here throughout the day. You're going to see some handlers that have had success at the highest levels all over the country and indeed around the world. You're going to see up-and-coming talent that have found themselves in the Bluegrass Classic, not by chance, but by hard work and practice. So all different levels. To be here in the open trial on this side of the field means you have achieved something special. So each and every one of these teams deserving of this moment. But next up will be Robin French out of North Carolina, and she'll take out Becca. So Robin and Becca, sponsored by Tara Deer. Here they are at the Bluegrass Classic. 60 plus years of tradition in this event.
I think you know.
And there's a reason for that. This is a special place and a special event. So that long outrun is the first element of a sheepdog run. It's worth up to 20 points. And then that meeting between the dog and the sheep. Finding that sweet spot between coming on too aggressive and not being aggressive enough. What you want to do is get the heads up and get them moving in the direction you want them to go in. And that is easier said than done. Remember, these sheep are one-year-olds, yearlings. Maybe the equivalent is trying to get a group of kindergartners to do a play or something, getting them all to move in unison in the same direction, where you want them to go, getting them to the lunchroom and back to the classroom, without stopping to grab a crayon to chew on. This is tough stuff. Nice pace of patient pressure there. You can see that line, that invisible line. This is the fetch.
If I remember the forecast.
We saw them go counterclockwise around the handler's post, now getting lined up for leg number one of a three-part journey. To the right first, and cross drive to the left, and then back into the shedding ring. Each of these sheep will only be used once per day, so they're not going to be overworked. But each day, of course, they also get a little smarter and figure out what's both expected and where they can make their breaks. So I saw some sheep this morning, a little uppity. Later on, the dominant feeling might be hunger. We did see the sheep make a retreat when they saw the barbecue truck drive up, so I say these are smart creatures. Now heading towards that first gate. And nicely done through that set of panels. Now you'll see that quick redirect, not letting him go straight, not letting him go to the right again, but off to the left, getting them lined up for the cross drive. control once again, not letting them get over to their friends, saying, hey, one more element here, a couple more, as a matter of fact. Beautiful sight out on the field here at Bluegrass Classic, the wind blowing through the high grasses. Some nice work out there by Robin and Becca. Let's give a round of applause to these two, a fine team out of North Carolina. Each aspect of a trial run important, of course. Safety of our animals paramount to us, safety of our handlers for that matter too. We've had people ask, well, what happens, what can the dog do and not do? Well, we don't allow the dogs in competition, of course, to make contact as a means of getting their way. Sometimes the sheep can rear up, and sometimes the dog acts out of self-defense. We do see that, of course, and that is allowed, but just trying to keep everybody safe. This is a sport. This is a competition. Out on the ranch, things might go a little bit differently sometimes, depending on the circumstance, but even there, of course, keeping everybody safe, and these are valuable animals.
I always think you know, but then the last time I didn't tell you, you were like, what was that? I thought,
So it's always worth stopping. Appreciate it. Mostly because I just want to say hi. So.
And now stepping out to the handler's post, Mr. Alistair will be coming up soon, but right now, Stefan and Ulani, all the way from Switzerland, my friends, sponsored by Amanda Brandenburg. So thrilled to have our Swiss handlers with us this year to see what they do at the Bluegrass Classic. That's the lift up there high on the hillside. You can see the sheep know that they are to be moved. They should make their way down the hillside. You're seeing nice pressure by Ulani. It's a conversation back and forth between Alistair and Ulani. The thing about the Swiss handlers, they can actually whistle in 4 languages. right down through the slot. That's what we hope to see. Some nice pressure there. You see the dog moving back and forth. That is just fine. Keep your eye on the sheep. That's what the judge is watching as well. Sheep trace that nice straight line if at all possible. It's not hard to draw a line on a piece of paper between 2 points, but this is 3 dimensions out there, so keeping them lined up with hills and little variations of terrain and topography, easier said than done. This team all the way from Switzerland. Very, very grateful to have them here with us. You know, international travel is not easy, and logistics of bringing animals even harder, but so thrilled to have Stefan with us. Ulani now coming up over that rise. These sheep getting a first look at the audience, realizing something is afoot here. Something's happening, and they're part of it. They just don't know what they're a part of. Look to the judge now. Counterclockwise around. Brings an end to the fetch, and now lining them up for the drive to the panels on the far right.
Take that one over the other one.
Right through the middle there. Now we turn to two with the left. Keeping their heads up, keeping them from stopping and grabbing some famous Kentucky grass. When you're a hammer, everything's a nail. When you're a sheep, everything is edible grass. Right now, they've got something even more enticing, longer grass over there by their friends. So lining this group up, trying to get them to make that run sure, but through the panel, if at all possible. Nicely done. Nicely done. You see that quick speed of Ulani getting around fast to redirect. And now move them back towards Stefan. Towards that large ring you see there. What looks a little bit like the famous Stonehenge of Kentucky is actually a man-made ring. It's called the Shedding Ring. It's 40 yards across. We'll tell you what it's all about here momentarily. These are the very small mound builders of Kentucky. In the Shedding Ring, you're going to see a dance of sorts. And as the sheep come in, Stefan will move into the ring as well. Now you'll see this close partnership between handler and dog. as they look to separate one of these sheep away from the other two and to hold that one for a time. Could be one in the front, could be one in the back. It doesn't matter so much. Getting one separated out, singled or shed, and holding that one. There's that split. There's that shed, and now grabbing at that group and redirecting them back here. See Stefan making his way backwards up to the shed. One more possible element here in this run, and that is to get all three to sign up for a good broadband plan inside that pen. So Stefan keeping his eyes on the progress of the sheep, slowly backing up to the shed here, and there you see well, whatever of the four languages he was speaking, it worked. Nicely done. Stefan and Ulani, all the way from Switzerland. Well done. Nothing neutral about that. That was fantastic. Congratulations. Well done, Stefan Gaptenbein and Ulani, all the way from Switzerland. This is an international competition. That should not surprise you. The origins of this sport are international, going all the way back to the 1860s in New Zealand. It's the first documented sheepdog trial. 1870s to Australia, 1880s, late 1880s, 1890s into the British Isles, and then here in the United States for quite some time as well. 60 plus years right here at Bluegrass. Coming up next, this is Alistair McRae. If you know the sport, you know that name, Alistair McRae, and this is Moss out of South Carolina. If you look through your program, you'll see that name reappearing over and over. All we had to do was copy and paste. A number of times a champion here at Bluegrass, many times over. 79 is the score for Stefan and Ulani.
Alistair was also won the International Supreme years ago back on Rick in Scotland.
International Supreme.
Yeah, that is the, you know, the British Isles, the top.
Thank you.
I think he won it with a dog named Butte, but I'm not positive. But, and this is a dog, he's running a dog named Butte again, but that was years ago that he won the International Supreme.
And that's in,
No, that was with Nam.
I've seen that.
You know, that was the name. Somebody turned in a compass to Lost and Found. You know, one of those nice ones that you open up that has a little stand it's on sort of thing.
Oh, thank you.
Watching this group come down through those panels. This is the fetch. You've seen the outrun, you've seen the lift. You see the heads of the sheep up. They know that they are to move and to keep on moving. You see that line. If you were standing behind the handler's post, you'd see it's a straight line up to that set-out spot. That's what the judge is looking for as well. As with so many high-level sports, when you see it done, and it seems effortless, that's because so much effort's gone into the training. That straight line from top to bottom, not easy to do. Seeing some nice work right now by this team. Taking the time to get them lined up in a nice straight line once again. Alistair and Moss working together. First leg of the drive. This is asking the dog to act against instinct and to take the stop, take the sheep away from the handlers. So this is training and practice and experience. This is the cross drive now, from right to left. Looking for a nice pace, not rushed. Not too slow, not too fast, just right, but getting them lined up. They may want to run anyway to get closer to their companions. But if that's going to be the case, let's get them to pass through those gates. Just like that. You see those bursts of speed by these remarkable border collies. They average between 3 and 9 years old at these competitions. We do have younger and we do have older that compete, but those are the salad years. Of course, the younger dogs with more speed and energy sometimes, the older dogs with more wisdom and knowledge. That sounds familiar? Well, that's how it often works out in the animal kingdom and the human kingdom as well. Now you see Alistair leaving the post and heading into the shedding ring. Or what we call the shed. Just shed that one off. Any of the three is fine. Having to hold that one off long enough for the judge to signal approval. And the judge does just that. That's what he sees there. So these three will be brought back together. As Moss makes sure they don't make a run for it, Alistair does make a run for it up to the pen. Use the time he has left. Bring them for one final element. Well, 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 that was nice. Sometimes you open the door, invite them in for the party, and they come right in. That, of course, looks easy. It is not. It's all about position and patience, and you saw some great, great teamwork there. There is a reason, by the way. You look through the history of the Bluegrass Classic for the last 30 years. Mr. Alistair McCrae has been the champion 15 times. That is rather remarkable. So you just got to see a very, very successful handler at work and a great partnership there with Moss. Coming from South Carolina, sponsored by Ellen Beasley. And well done to these two. We'll see what the judge tells us. But that was fun. Next up will be Beth, Murray, and Petra, all the way from Ohio.
Where do they just come to the table with the shirts on?
Oh, it's over in the back corner of the space.
This benefits the association.
Yes. Thank you.
Kentucky.
The Kentucky Bluegrass.
Oh, it benefits this event.
Yes.
Sweet. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Score comes in as 86. 86 for Alistair and McCrae. I'm sorry, Alistair and Moss. My apologies there, got excited. 86. That ties our high score on the day. So nice work out there. Alistair and Bill and Beverly sharing that score. Next up to the handler post, Beth, Murray, and Petra from Ohio, sponsored by Jennifer Looper. I'll let you know there's a silent auction going on over in our merchandise area.
You want a picture of the leaderboard? I'll take a picture of it next time I walk over. No, you can go and steal it and keep this on the
Nice lift up on the hillside, now coming down the hill towards that set of panels right in the middle. That is the fetch panels. And for the sheep, it's an interesting spot. Kind of coming through the Scylla and Cabritas there. There's danger on either side. Safety in the middle. Nice line coming through. You see the heads are up. Not stopping to take a bite, not going for the fast food, holding out for some fine dining perhaps later. But now they come up that rise and realize that, wait a second. There's a lot happening up here. People, tents, flags, cameras. Being taken nicely around the backside, counterclockwise, as is required. Getting lined up now for the first leg of the drive.
Yeah.
Mentioned a few times the sheep come all the way from Montana, so some tough range sheep from the high altitudes of Montana. They don't look tough after their recent haircuts, but believe you me, they've got some willfulness. They've had to fend off predators and learn to band together, so different parts of this contest will ask them to stay together, other parts try to break them up. Sometimes it's Beatles and sometimes it's Rolling Stones. And now they are rolling towards that next set of panels. Getting their attention, bringing them back towards this area. Had a few folks ask, if you miss a panel, what does that mean? This means you regroup and get them going on the next element. Next element will be into the shedding ring. That's Petra doing the work here. Bring them back to Beth. And into the ring. Beth and Petra and this group of sheep here will do a little dance we call the shed dance. Trying to get one sheep carved away from the other two and held for enough time for the judge to signal approval. Now, we'll watch this happen with 3 sheep. When you come back tomorrow, and we absolutely hope that you will, and you will see 20 sheep in that circle. We will have to work to eventually end up with 5. And the judge likes what he sees. Calls all right. So now Beth and Petra will turn their attention to the shed. You'll see Petra kind of make sure that the sheep don't make a run for it. Beth getting up to that pen. And the time. And the time does finally run down. Some really, really nice work out there. Patience and persistence. Yes, indeed. A round of applause for Beverly and Petra. Just not in the cards for that pen, but that's not for lack of trying. That dog fight at the Purina Corral is not an easy one. But nice, nice, nice to see those teams work. So a reminder for tomorrow.
Can I have you send them to me? Oh, before that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab that.
So tomorrow we'll have our championship. And our championship will be the top 7 from Wednesday and Thursday, the top 7 from yesterday and today, then the next top 7 combined scores overall. So we'll have 21 teams going out, and here is where it gets a little crazy. That won't just be moving around 3 sheep, they'll be moving around 20 sheep. Same one dog, the same one handler, the odds go way up all of a sudden. So 20 sheep will hide 2 groups of 10, not hide, but we'll put them out there, and there'll be 2 outruns, 2 lifts, 2 fetches, and then moving 20 sheep in and around the drive, and then eventually into that shedding ring. 5 of those 20 will have collars on, the latest in the Yves Saint Laurent collection for sheep. And they'll have to separate all the other sheep out of the circle and just come back with 5 collared sheep to the pen. If that sounds impossible, come tomorrow. You'll find out that it is possible, but it's not easy.
I'll text it to you.
435 709 1322. That's perfect. Thank you so much.
So that's what all these teams are trying to get into, is into that final, and my goodness, it'll be worth your time to come back and enjoy a beautiful, calm, relaxing Sunday. Score comes in for Beth and Petra, 72 for those 2. Nicely done. Moving out to the handler's post now, Bruce Voigt and Rolo out of Ohio will have another chance here to make some magic happen at the Bluegrass Classic.
What's the average round time? Man, is it still low?
23. I'll double check. I think it's that. They can go up or down a little bit, but.
or just say that's who's on the combined report. Okay.
Sweet. Thank you. That makes it easy.
Okay, perfect.
Down through the slot here in the middle of the fetch. Keeping their heads up, trying to not let them feast on some of that fantastic Kentucky grass. I've actually tried some of it myself. It is tasty, so I understand why the sheep are interested. Not when there's work to be done. So keeping that pressure up. This is Rolo and Bruce working together to bring them back towards the handler's post. Counterclockwise around the post is prescribed for the day. It gives the judge a nice chance to check out the sheep. Now, taking the time to line them up, imagine a line drawn directly from the post out to that first set of panels right into the middle. In fact, that is the first part of this equilateral triangle. The best of all types of triangles. So now we ask our dogs to push away or drive away from the
It's like herding cats. Okay, this is sort of a
Oh, you did
mess.
too much for me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put you to that.
Fonzie, 7-time South Africa national champion. I'm pretty sure I'm right on that. Jack was the 2024 Purina Dog of the Year. Fonzie won the Bluegrass here in 2021 with Jack. And at the 2023 World Trial, which is the most recent one, he was the highest placing U.S. team member, 15th individually, and our team was 3rd place. Scott was 7 times USBHA national. That's a mess, I know. And 3 times Western Canadian Border Collie Association Finals champion, because they don't have a championship like this, the USBCA one. Bluegrass champion 5 times. He was 3rd. I mean, just out of a champion, reserve champion at the 2023 World Trial Finals. Champion at Soldier Hollow and Meeker both in 2024. He's won Soldier Hollow twice, Meeker 4 times. And I cross out that Alice Purina Dog a Year. I don't think they restarted that. McRae has won the Supreme International when he was with Nan in 1983, back when he was still in Scotland. He's been 15 times Bluegrass champion, 16 times USBCHA national champion. And Bob Allen's the only other one I can think of right now. He was a member of that 3rd place Team USA in the 2023 World Trial.
Pay you for your research.
But,
Thank
well,
you.
no, if I had a tablet, I thought I'd bring up the National Sheepdog Congress last year. I could buy out every single open handler for the sponsorships. You could have gone right in there and it could have had, what they said about the dogs, what their proudest accomplishment was with the dog or whatever. Or how they got into it. A lot of human interviews.
Send me the link.
Are you on Facebook? You're one of those.
It's on Facebook.
Yeah, and but I can't access that on my phone. It would take me forever to look stuff up.
This is fantastic. And I'll find a way to get on that one later on, maybe before Soldier Hollow.
Maybe the suggestion would be next year is when we do an entry, you fill out a form like the USBCOJ does for that. How did you get started in dogs? What is this dog's accomplishments? you know, what are your accomplishments, what is this dog's accomplishments? That's all you need to
We
know.
have some of that. We do that. So
And what's your day job? You know, because this one's a doctor and that one drives a
pilot.
garbage truck or, you know, whatever. But not everybody will fill it out, which was frustrating because I had to data mine Facebook for most of it. But that would, you know, give you things to fill in.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for that.
Okay, making their way now up the hill. There is a uphill climb. As Lady Miley Cyrus taught us, it's the climb. As they get up into that ring, we'll have a chance to see Bruce step into that ring as well. Mano a mano. Mano a mano. Here comes the shed. Look at the shed one off, could be front, could be back. Sometimes in some trials they have a preference. In this one, we're just looking to choose one and hold it long enough for the judge to signal his approval. Our judge all the way here from Northern Ireland. Get a sense of the strength and power of these animals right there. You also get a sense of the coolness under pressure here of these remarkable border collies. Rolo taking that in stride. There we go. The judge signals his approval there. And now you'll see Bruce make his way up to the pen. Our judge is aiming at Curly McCauley, all the way from Northern Ireland. He has done this himself since he was 11, so he knows what's possible and knows what looks right. Now a chance for the pen. Oh, that's as close as you get right there. I think they were just about to break inside. But time waits for no man, waits for no dog. Sometimes it doesn't even wait for the sheep. 11 minutes is all you've got. But some great work out there by this team. Bruce, Foyt, and Rolo out of Ohio. Nicely done. Nice round of applause there for those two. Thank you indeed. Well deserved, well deserved. A couple of announcements for you here. We've got a nice selection of food trucks and vendors out here for you. If you're getting a little hungry or thirsty or a combination of both, you'll find sweet treats, savory treats, some remarkable barbecue, I believe. Great Mexican food, warm and cold, whatever you're in need of, we've got it for you. We also have a silent auction happening over there by our merchandising tent. We've got shirts and hats that are rather wonderful, a new design this year. Score comes in of 61 for Bruce and Rolo. Silent auction will go till 12 o'clock, till high noon. That's not too far from now. About, I think an airship just passed over the sun there. Look at that. Oh, it's a cloud. What do you know? Beautiful, beautiful day here. Some nice clouds streaming over every once in a while, and just Beautiful backdrop for the Bluegrass Classic. So if you want to check out the silent auction, it goes till noon. Some nice prizes over there, all of which go to benefit the continuing of the Bluegrass Classic. 60 plus years it's been going on. So we would love that support. If you see something you like, maybe a gift, we would love to get it to you to the highest bidder. You'll also find nice shirts that have with the new logo this year of the Bluegrass Classic. Might as well have a hat itself will become classic. This is a top level event. And it is a pleasure to be here with you, wherever you hail from. We've met people from all over the country, some very much coming here just for this, some are being lucky enough to discover it. We've got kids, young and old, here enjoying this. And again, the more you study what's happening out there on the course, the more surprising and inspiring it is. We often have people say, well, how do you get into this? And if you talk to the handlers, their stories are fascinating. A lot of them have day jobs that are very, very different than herding sheep. We have doctors and pilots and lawyers and such. We've got a little bit of everything. You get into this sport, you realize what's possible, you get that relationship going with your wonderful border collie, and you just have a hard time stepping away. Talked to one of our handlers and said, this is the hardest thing I've ever done, the hardest sport I've ever known. I said, why do you do it? She goes, for the same reason. Because it's so darn hard. You want to get it right a little bit more every time. This is Debbie Bailey now stepping out to the handler's post with Roy. They come all the way from Georgia. Sponsored by Nancy Flynn. And we're so thrilled to have them here. Wish them all the best.
Sheep and Driver Festival. It's in the bowl. They come about every 15, 20 minutes. There's a sign over there, so you can share that information. It's up on the, no, I just, yeah, which is they just make a little circle, take them up and bring them back.
Every 15 minutes. Thank you.
I did see an item
Over here, Bella.
Especially with this hot sun hitting my back, I'm like,
Are you better on that side?
so I have to control it and operate it, so that's the downside. But in the PM, it's gonna be better. So suffer first.
Yes.
You know, because of yesterday, I've learned kind of where to put the camera, so it's all possible now. Tomorrow, though, will be interesting.
I was like, wow. That's great. I was saying, wow, look at that. No, Score is 14. You know that the numbers on this side mean nothing, right? Wow, that was the wow.
Bringing them back into that invisible line that comes down from the drop-off spot towards the handler's post. That's the fetch line. The fetch is worth up to 20 points. And there's a total of 100 possible. Perfect run would be 100. I don't know that I've ever seen that in my particular experience. Perfect score would be a rather remarkable thing. Think of this as kind of like a platonic ideal here. The ideal run would do this, 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 and this. Reality, of course, the world we live in, just trying to make the best perambulation you can here. That outrun you saw was worth up to 20 points. That's where the dog runs up the hillside. It can go left or right. That's handler and dog preference, of course. But after that, it all becomes pretty prescribed. A nice lift. Descent now. This is the last part of the fetch. This particular group, a little more vocal than we've seen. We've got the ice cream truck that showed up for the kids. There's rumor of an ivermectin truck for the sheep, so. Taking the time to line them back up for the first leg of the drive.
That's why I'm standing here. Because over there I couldn't really find any of them. Jumping in.
Some of these sheep come all the way from the Billings, Montana area, a little town called Molt. Spend some time up in that part of the world. You know how beautiful it is. It's also wild and rugged. These sheep have had to fend for themselves in many ways, and so forming these bonds with other members of the flock become pretty important, and you see them sticking together even as they're moved around this course. They're a Targhee Rambouillet cross, and they are 1 year old. I see a few 1 year olds out there enjoying the event. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 year olds out there and up. Getting a group of 3 1 year olds to do what you want them to do is hard no matter what species we're talking about. A lot of these herding techniques are very, very fascinating. We've had a lot of human parents kind of study very carefully and say, could I use that at home? You'll notice there's no real barking at all. That's not how this is accomplished. It's position and pressure and that really famous border collie side eye. Just one look. My wife uses that same technique to get me to do the dishes. Doesn't have to say a word, just looks at me. There I go. Stepping away from the handler's post here. Debbie and Roy with some nice work out. Let's have a round of applause for Debbie and Roy. Sometimes you'll have the handler see something that causes them to want to step away and just finish on a high note. Sometimes the judge will be the one that instigates that. And that's just fine. That's just how it works. Remember, even at the Bluegrass Classic, even at this high level, you still want your dog to learn and come away with a positive experience. And so, of course, we all would like a chance to win. That's, I'm not going to lie, I'll tell you that's not true, but you also want to have just a good experience. There's a good life lesson in that. So retire from that particular thing. The word retire, you'll see that show up here. That's kind of an all-encompassing word. There's a lot of reasons why a handler might retire or be retired. Nicely done by Debbie and Roy. A couple of things to know. We have a little shuttle bus that's making its way back and forth from here to the Sheep and Fiber Festival, which is up on the hill in the park. We'll come every 15 minutes, take you up there to check things out if you want to, bring you back as well for ice cream. And so we're thrilled to have share the space with the Sheep and Fiber Festival. Free ride. Peony Thayer now and Jan out of Pennsylvania stepping up to the handler's post.
But what do I plug into?
And Peony and Jan working well here, coming down through the fetch panels. You can hear that communication back and forth. There are signals at far distances. Those whistles can be all the difference. When you get them close by, you'll hear certain commands that help the dog know what to do. Or a lot of these dogs, of course, have a feel of what to do, but since we are working in a partnership, it's nice to have communication. So that's part of what makes this so remarkable. It is truly a partnership. It's not just a handler. It's not even just the dog. It's a partnership. This is the fetch, the last part of that fetch line coming up towards the handler's post. bringing this group up patiently. Well, a little too much pressure in that situation. You saw the sheep very, very much wanting to go where they want to go, and some nice work, though, by Leonie and Jan, trying to keep that pressure up. But you get into those situations, and of course, sometimes those instincts take over. So keeping things safe, making sure the sheep are safe, making sure the dog is safe as well, but you see those leaps for joy. If you caught all three sheep just leaping into the air as they go into the exhaust, that is their way of saying, I am done, and I am going to relax in the tall grass right now. Each group of sheep can have its own personality. I know that seems like a strange thing. Both individuals, you'll see some sheep stamping near the gates, not wanting to give any ground. We actually had a naming contest for one of those sheep, and the winning name was Stampy McStampface. But they work together as a group too, so you never know what you're going to get. Mindy Bauer stepping out to the handler's post now. Mindy and Sis, all the way from beautiful Colorado, Rocky Mountain State. Happy to have them here with us in Kentucky for the Bluegrass Classic. High on the hill, our set-out crew, doing what they do so well. And we'll wish all the best to Mindy and Sis.
That's a good one, by the way. Yeah, that's tasty. That's good ice cream. That's very good. Very good ice cream. Thank you, Will.
No problem. I found another distinction, so. Try that. See if it almost makes it. Work? Let's do it.
Mindy and Sis working well down the fetch line. Once again, this team from Colorado. A very, very beautiful place. A lot of songs about Rocky Mountain High, and guess I'd rather be in Colorado. So we're lucky to have them here in Kentucky, but boy, it's hard to beat the view right now of those white clouds sailing overhead, blue sky, green grass. All of us emerging from the storm last night, here to share this experience together at the Bluegrass Classic. This is day number 4 for this. Last day to qualify for the finals tomorrow. Mindy and Sis working well together here as the sheep come up that final rise to realize that they are the center of attention for a few moments.
That looks great.
It is great. It is great.
You get it figured out. When I saw him come over here with that cord, I was like, this is out of my pay grade. I'm out of here.
Now remember, for sheep, the grass is always greener on every side, keeping them pointed in the direction you want them to go. Right now that direction is up towards the first set of panels on the right, first leg of the drive.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you move in? Can't sit there all day. I guess it'll shift. The sun will shift.
If I remember my science class, that's what's going to happen. Although I've been in bike races where you get a headwind no matter which direction you're facing, so I don't know.
You're also a cyclist. Is that like an announcer thing?
Oh, is Ray do that too?
Yeah.
You probably.
For running.
As
At least
well.
running.
I do that too.
Yeah. Oh, you're a skier? Me too.
All right, here we are.
Now on the cross drive, some nice work by these two, showing us a little Colorado flair here. And right through the gates, and now you see that burst of speed to get around, to redirect. Don't give them too much time to experience that sheep version of FOMO. Bringing them back now towards the shedding ring. Into the shedding ring now come the sheep. So does Mindy and Sis. Now we get to watch that unique dance here, that interesting moment. This is a still out on the range, and you may need to separate one sheep or perhaps cattle for veterinary work, maybe for branding. So being able to use this partnership to accomplish what needs to get done. That's what this is showcasing. Each and every element of the sheepdog trial is actually showing you something that is necessary and useful in ranching work, whether you're working with sheep or cows or ostriches. It comes down to the same. You see that pressure and how low Sis gets in the grass. The lion sneaking through the tall grasses. Now you go, there's that standoff right there. That is exactly what we were looking for. The judge signals his approval. And now we will see Mindy make her way up the hillside. Sis bringing this group around, not too fast, not too slow, giving them time to approach that pen the right time, the right way. You can help it. You don't want to go to the state pen. That is just an adage. It's always true, and these sheep feel the same way, but that is where we're going to try to make you go.
Are we on
92 or 93.
93.
Oh,
So
I thought.
he only got attacked.
Oh, okay. Because you said that name, I went, wait, I'm totally on the wrong side.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good, you're good.
I shouldn't say attacked. The dog had to defend himself. A little too much.
I just thought I just didn't hear something. I guess that's when I was up there.
There it is, a nice round of applause for Mindy and Sis. And applying that pressure, it just looks so smooth and easy. When it happens like that, of course, it's not. It's years of practice and strong partnership that makes that possible. Really, really well done. Some great elements out there. We'll see what the judge tells us, but that was fun to watch. Good to have our Coloradans here with us. Mindy and Sis doing some great stuff. Once again, a couple of reminders here. There's a shuttle bus that goes every 15 minutes up to the Sheep and Fiber Festival. If you want to check that out, they'll take you up and bring you back when you're ready. There's a live auction happening over, a silent auction, excuse me. It's probably coming to an end in a few short minutes. If you haven't checked that out, there's merchandise, some nice hats and shirts this year.
79.
And a 79 that comes in for Mindy and Sis, 79. It's a nice score for some nice work. And they keep coming. These are some of the best from around the nation, indeed from around the world, here with us at Bluegrass Classic. If you don't know it already, this is the big leagues. We're seeing some of the finest handlers and dogs out there. This is Beth Herbert coming out with Sleet out of Ohio and sponsored by Sally Borman.
That's a big one. Sorry. Thank you.
The heads are up and the sheep are moving. That is the goal here. Lots of tasty grass up there. Hard to focus when there's so much good food around. Having the same problem right here, as a matter of fact. Lots of good food and wonderful smells. The sheep having that experience as well in the form of beautiful Kentucky grass. That draw over to that side will get increasingly large as more sheep end up over there. We call that the exhaust. Aptly named, of course. Place for exhausted sheep. Each of these sheep will only be used once during each day, so it's not like they're going around and around again, so they all have the same pep and spirit for their one run as everybody else. But the order in which you go, which is random, means you go and have these experiences at different times of the day. That's true for handler, dog, and sheep. Just as you and I have bursts of energy and moments where we want to nap and eat, it's true as well here. In this sport, every one of these skills is being shown to you are required elements out in ranch life. You don't always get to wait for the ideal conditions. You just have to get the work done, and that's what we're seeing right here before us right now. Get her done. Counterclockwise around the backside of the handler's post. All of these sheep coming from the Montana area. You can see they all got matching tattoos. You can read from a distance. It says WWLD. That stands for What Would Lamb Chop Do? right, Sherry Lewis fans out there. Heading up on that first corner of the drive, up towards that first open set of panels. You see the wind blowing through the high grasses there. Absolutely stunning pictures. For those on our live stream watching from all over the country, indeed all over the world. Right now they're saying, get me to Kentucky. Nicely done through the panels there, and now redirecting this group of three down towards the shedding ring. As I've mentioned before, the working with groups of three on these preliminary days. Tomorrow we'll be back working with 20 sheep at a time. Two groups of 10 will be brought together and taken through all the same obstacles. We'll have an international shed there in that ring. Where 20 sheep will be there, 5 wearing collars, and one by one, they'll knock out the ones that aren't wearing collars until they have the 5 that are, taking those to the pen. So international shed should be a whole lot of fun. Come back and join us if you will. Stepping into the ring now to join in the fun. This is Beth Kerber and Sleet from Ohio. Now Beth and Sleet will see Sleeve doing the work to keep them inside that circle. The shed, when it takes place, has to happen inside the circle. You can hold one of them and have it stand out of the circle, that's fine, but the shed has to be inside. So you see that back and forth between the handler and the dog.
Is that time? No. It's time.
And time does run out there on that one, but some very, very fine work there. Let's have a round of applause for Beth Kerber and Sleet, all the way here from Ohio. Nicely done. So yes, tomorrow we'll have the international shed and the championships here. This is an international phenomenon, to be honest. The first recorded trials took place in the 1860s in New Zealand. By the 1870s, it had spread to Australia. 1880s and 90s to the British Isles and to Ireland, Scotland, of course. and spread ever since all the way around. And we have actually international competitions, and many of our competitors here have competed at those. They've represented South Africa, Western Canada, the United States. Our judges have had a lot of experience at that level as well. Northern Ireland and England. We've not yet had a Jamaican sheepdog team, but we're looking forward to the time when that happens. Cool Shearings will be the name of the movie. In the meantime, Cy Peterson and Tori.
Cool Shearings. Cy or Kyle? Cy. What I'm supposed to call it. How do I spell it? C-Y-R-A. How does Cy? Cy.
The name of the dog? Or the guy?
So what's the dog name?
Tori.
T-O-R-I. And what is her name?
Cy or Syra. C-Y-R-A.
Peterson.
Peterson. T-O.
Yes, yeah, yeah. Too many numbers.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just actually words you're saying on this. Yeah, yeah.
That's right.
Nice work there through that set of panels and trying to keep this group. Looks like this group. You can hear that communication back and forth. Cy helping to control the situation here, working together. Cy and Tori out of Georgia. Nice shadows crossing through here, beautiful conditions as they come to the end of that fetch line. Now the sheep see the crowds, see the flags. It's like showing up at the principal's office thinking you're getting a prize, and actually that's not what's happening here at all. You gotta work. You gotta keep moving here around the backside of the handler's post counterclockwise for a right-hand drive. There we go, nicely done. Tori looking to line this group of three back up. They're not done. They may think it, but they are not done. They're going to head out on the drive.
Have fun.
This is cross drive now, right to left, south to north, relatively speaking. You can see the desire that these should have to go that direction. That's because all of their friends are up on the hillside. And stepping away from the handler's post, let's give a round of applause, if you will. Kasai, Peterson, and Torrey out of Georgia, sponsored by Flo Hicks. Working hard out there, doing some fine, fine work. As we mentioned, if you're just arrived, sometimes our handlers will step away if they see enough and want their canine partners to have a positive experience. Sometimes the judge will see what the judge needs to see as well and ask them to step away. And so we just let that be. That's just how it goes. Big, big field here as we move through, but what you want is to have a positive experience to build on whatever you can accomplish. It is rather remarkable to be doing this at this level of the Bluegrass Classic. For your information, if you didn't know this already, over on the other side of the venue there is a novice field where younger dogs are in training and doing shorter distances and easier obstacles. Some are 3 and younger in the nursery class. Others are just in the AAA league here before they come up to the big time. The score, by the way, for Beth Petra was 58. Right now we see Jeannie Weaver and Pepper stepping out towards the Panthers post, all the way from Michigan. You can see up on them. Jump. Jeannie and Pepper making their last portions of this stretch, working together. There are a possible 100 points in a perfect, ideal sheepdog trial run. 6 different elements that the judges are looking at. See Jeannie step out there to help direct this traffic a little bit, counterclockwise around that handler's post. That completes her fetch and now begins the drive. The wind will make it a little harder to hear some of the communication back and forth between these two, but it is there. Now when they're making that outrun, you'll notice I go silent. That's because those whistles that they use have to carry long distances, and words will not do that as well, so those whistles have to be heard. As they get closer to each other, they'll turn off into commands, familiar phrases that help the dog know perhaps which way to turn. And stepping away.
No, I think, yeah.
Now bringing these 3 back here, some nice elements put together, of course, by Jeannie and Pepper out of Michigan. A round of applause for these 2, and Jeannie Weaver and Pepper. You'll notice also when the run is over, you'll see another dog come out from the exhaust area. Sometimes 2 heads are better than 1, and you'll see even Pepper doesn't want to stop. She wants to keep on going there, of course. That's what these dogs do. It's what they love. Well, if you're in this world, if you're in this sport, there are a series of events that take place. The next big event, I believe, is next week over in my neck of the woods. I actually come from the high mountains of Utah. The next big event is the Soldier Hollow Classic, and we'll have a number of our teams here make their way west and join us, just shy of 6,000 feet up in the Wasatch Mountain Range. And it is beautiful there too. It was snow still falling when I got on the airplane, so it feels like a different season, but should be a beautiful backdrop for all that can attend. Heather Russell now and Griffin. You're from Michigan, sponsored by Nanette Walsh.
Thank you.
Bringing this group down.
And bringing this group down now with clouds sailing overhead. Shadow and sun is the order of the day. If a set of panels is missed, the thing to do is to keep on moving. So help you to go back and pick it up. In fact, just getting back on that line is the more important element here. So keeping this group moving down is Heather and Griffin. Here they come up on that last little climb. A reminder that there's not a whole lot of flats out there. You're either running on an angled hill or in and out of small draws. Got to be a fine athlete with some agility to be able to manage that terrain. And we've got 5 fine athletes out there right now. So counterclockwise around the Hamblers post. Heather and Griffin now lining up for this first leg of the drive. Ideally, if it all goes perfect, it's worth up to 30 points, so the single most important element. And again, that's because you're asking the dog to do things that they are not instinctually programmed to do. It's not part of their instinct to push these sheep away from the handler. They want to fetch them and bring them back. So all of this is learned and practiced. Nice job through the panels, and now directing for that cross drive. See them willing to run, but not necessarily because they love the open gates, because they see their friends at the exhaust. Now bringing them back. And that brings us to the conclusion of that run. How about a round of applause for Heather, Russell, and Griffin out of Michigan. You see now the sheep doing exactly what we want them to do. That's almost ironic, but there's a reason why they're running straight for that open gate. Soon to be open gates. And that's because we moved the ice cream down there. We've got ice cream, we've got lemonade, we've got barbecue, and some wonderful Mexican food. If you're hungry, come and grab it. Come get some, that's good stuff. Our silent auction is complete. If you bid on some items, come and check and see if you are the winner. Come claim your prizes. There's also some merchandise there, some wonderful hats and shirts we'd love to send out with you. And any donations that you can part with will be used to help this event continue on. For another 60 years, we have Lost and Found, and we've been adding items all day, and also handlers, please make sure to pick up your sponsorship hats, dog food, and the merchandise gazebo as well. Moving out to the post, Michael McNutt and Bree, their Ohio team, sponsored by Heather, Joanne, Lena, Esther, and Connie. We'll all say good luck. Now we have this group working down the fetch line here. One of the most interesting parts of sheepdog trialing is not knowing exactly how the sheep will respond. You can't know that. It's luck of the draw and luck of the sheep sometimes. So all you can do is take what you're given and make the most of it. Right now, a nice line coming down towards that open set of panels. And the announcer's curse once again. Oh, we want everything to work out, don't we? Isn't that life? But on a working ranch, going straight through isn't as important as getting the job done. Right now, on the bottom of the fetch here, got him moving well. Bree doing some good work. Job is to fetch this group back towards Michael at the post.
My husband wishes he had a turn-off button every time I came up, but if you didn't mind announcing, a lady has lost a silver treble clef pendant, chain broken by the time she's not sure. She thinks it was just around here somewhere, but if you feel it's appropriate to announce,
We found a bass clef, but that's different. So.
dreadful. We have her contact information, and if anyone finds it, they can bring it to the White House, and we'll contact
Thank you.
her.
So
Once you come around the back of that post counterclockwise and cross the line between the post and the judge, that ends the fetch and begins the drive. Well, folks, we must be doing something right. We're living well if we are here at the Bluegrass Classic in beautiful Lexington, Kentucky on a day like today, watching high-level sheepdog trialing. We are doing something right, and so is Bree out there. Bree and Michael working well here. They pass through that first set of panels. Now redirecting to the left-hand side, from right to left, for those watching on our live feed. And they are watching, by the way, from all over the country. I've gotten a few emails and texts from people who are enjoying this from the comfort of their own homes, different parts of the nation. You know, we've got international viewers as well, because we have international competitors. A lot of people enjoy watching sheepdog trialing wherever the opportunity comes up. Nicely done through those panels. It is an interesting phenomenon around the world. You tune into events that just remind you of the primal and historical background that our families pass through, these traditions that many of us have lost through the generations, but thankfully continue on. So people get a lot of pleasure and peace watching these events. Don't get me wrong, there's stress for the competitors, unpredictability, but watching nature and human in concert, that is something It just speaks to a part of our souls. Heading into the shedding ring right now. Michael now will join in this ritual, Michael and Bree. Looking to single one of the three out. Doesn't matter which one. It's almost never the one in the middle, by the way, but separating one out. And holding that one long enough for the judge to say yes. Right. This is how that goes. Looking for that one. There we go. There's that approval from our judge, so that is accomplished. So now that is done. Now you'll see Michael make his way back towards the pen. And Bree gathering up this group again. Working with 3 today. Tomorrow we'll be back with 20. The championships, a little bit more biblical. You have to leave the 90 and 9 and go after the 1. We'll do it a number of times here. And that's how you do it right there. Getting that position, applying that pressure, and having that presence. These are all traits of a good sheepdog. They're also good traits of a good sheepdog handler. And we saw a nice team at work out there together. Mr. Michael McNutt and Bree here from Ohio. Well done. Well done. We are picking up a few lost and found items here and there. We have a little hut here that we call the White House. Same size and design as the original White House before they built it in DC. If you're missing some items, come and see if we have found them. If you have found some items, come bring them to us. We have somebody who's lost a pendant necklace in the shape of a treble clef, and it's valuable and important. Well, it's valuable to them, I should say. Important to them. If you have found a piece of jewelry out there on the grass, if you bring it to us, we'd appreciate it. We have found a compass, an earring, a braided leash, some glasses. Score of 67 coming in. 67 for Michael and Bree. Nicely done. And we continue on. Now remember, the top 7 from yesterday and today move on to tomorrow's final. The top 7 from Wednesday and Thursday as well. And then the next 7, the highest combined scores. We've got very highly educated math majors working on those right now in the White House. I'll let you know when we know. But this is George Rogerson and Chip out of Kentucky.
I want to get paid for it, actually. I feel like I want to see if they can like offer other people a yeah, because I'm looking down, I'm like, man,
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
it's just gonna want big guys.
Nice outrun up to the top there, and a nice introduction to this group. Now trying to keep them online, in line, and offline in a way. Keep them focused not on the internet, but on the task at hand. Keeping them into that line back towards the handler's post. A lot of things out there, a lot of enticements. Chip working to keep this group see that steady pressure, some nice work there helping this group. Back to that center line, that is what you do. There we go, coming straight towards the handler's post. That will bring an end to that particular run, but let's hear it for George, Rogerson, and Chip from right here in Kentucky, showing us some nice work, a beautiful outrun, a nice lift as well. A little trouble on the fetch there, but you know what? Some great, great work and a nice partnership. You can see how these two work together. As we've mentioned throughout the day, our sheep all the way here from Montana. When they get off the transport, oh, they're excited to be here. When they look out and see the Kentucky bluegrass country, they think they've died and gone to heaven. Thanks to Mike and Henry Hollenbeck and families, the Blue Bell Sheep operation near Billings, Montana. These sheep will actually be worked this year, of course, then return home and be next year's breeding stock. So they're all one-year-old yearlings. Females out there. This is Lyle East and Spec here with us from Missouri. Sponsored by Frederick Dowell. By the way, Chip and George, sponsored by Don Lafferty. This will be Lyle and Spec.
No, that's just reaction. This thing, if this moves, we're in big doo-doo.
Glorious.
I keep on seeing everyone walking
We'll cover.
Picking up those sheep high on the hillside. Beautiful rolling green. Nice backdrop. Got a good telephoto lens. Get a nice view of the expressions on the faces of these sheep. They were released from the pen up there. They thought they found their freedom. As with life, there's work to be done, things to be accomplished. Now they're being put through their paces by Lyle and Spec. You see just how low to the ground Spec can get. These dogs can disappear in that grass, and the grass is tall, but not that tall. That crouching position is a very kind of a predatorial look, even though this is not predator-prey necessarily here, but you can see that and how you would respond to seeing this dog with teeth and that very famous border collie eye crouching in the grass. It makes you want to keep on moving. Same way you feel if you're walking through the Masai Mara in Eastern Africa. You saw a lion there crouching, looking at you. You just kind of want to keep on moving. What's amazing, of course, with the border collies, they've been bred and taught and trained not to be a predator, but to be a herder. To work in concert with these shepherds. So that is remarkable indeed. Coming up into the rise here, now getting a look at the audience. The venue, our sheep, a little surprised to find themselves here in Hollywood. Well, maybe not. They're gone. They probably have their own Instagram accounts. These 3 of our sheep actually have NIH deals. NIL deals. NIH. NHL.
Yes. Off the vine. It's all done. I'm gonna go get that with the last number and bring it over. I will pick up. I'm gonna take Brian. Yeah, maybe.
Nice circle around that post. You see that burst of speed.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's a microphone on that.
Be a cocky when you do the good. Lemonade, can I get it? Yeah. Don't give it to you. Was Heather? I forgot to write down the last 3.
Oh, okay, well, let me go get it.
Sorry. This is Lyle. This is Lyle. 100.
I can tell you right down.
Or George.
Okay, who did you need?
Just
Heather Russell. She was a DQ.
and then
Michael McNutt, 67.
67. And then George is a DQ.
And that's all we've done so far.
Thanks.
Nice, gentle pressure, but steady pressure, and getting this group of 3 through that first set of drive panels. Now we'll see them redirect. It looks easy, it seems obvious, but none of this is in the mind of the sheep. They don't have a game plan, they don't have a map, they haven't written anything on their palms. I'm not sure what direction they're supposed to go. Every once in a while they get an idea in their heads, like right now, they want to go to where their friends are. So we see Lyle and Spec work to line them up and get them through the panels. Again, no real reason why they would want to go through the panels. If anything, those panels are a little strange out there all by themselves. So we see these sheep go through, that's because they have been driven. Nicely done. Now you see again that natural tendency to go up towards the hill, towards their friends, all resting in the high grasses. Looking like an Andrew Wyeth painting up there right now. All these sheep relaxed, done. just lounging around, looking off into the middle distance. Not these three. They have got work to still accomplish. Coming up now towards Lyle at the handler's post.
Now
they all step into the ring here for a moment. We call the shed, sometimes known as the single, trying in this group to separate one of the three out. This is meant to be a partnership, so you'll see them on either side of this group. You'll see Lyle and Spec trading positions, looking for that opening. Keeping them inside the circle, that's where the shed must take place. Judge calls his approval of that shed, and now we'll see them working their way back up towards the pen. Each team has 11 minutes to work with here, so you'll often see them try to get to that pen as fast as possible. If you get there too fast, sometimes you're not ready when the sheep are there. Let's see what we can do bringing this group around and see if we can get a pen.
After this round.
You're no hurry at all. I also have the barbecue wafting door.
Yeah, I definitely smell that.
It's better than the exhaust. So.
And that is time, 11 minutes running out there, but some great work, and right there with that open gate, nice round of applause, deservedly so, for Lyle and Spec out of Missouri. Good to have them here. You know, they have that tradition in baseball, the seventh inning stretch, where they do the Sweet Caroline. Here we mix it up a little bit. So if you like standing up and stretching out a little bit, please feel free. Just a few moments here while we work these sheep in. As we've mentioned, the international event, 71 comes in for Lyle and Spec. Maybe this is dedicated to our two handlers all the way here from Switzerland. This happens to be my daughter's favorite song. That hasn't changed for 17 years. So competitions are held throughout the world, international level competitions. We actually have some of the very, very successful champions of various nations here with us this week. Bonzi Bassan was 7-time South African national champion. Scott Glenn, multiple times third in the 2023 World Trial Finals, representing Western Canada. Alistair McRae won the Supreme International with his dog Nan in '83. 16 times USBCHA national champion, and Bob Allen, part of the third place USA team, World Trials in 2025. So remarkable talent top to bottom, but wow, we have seen some amazing handlers and amazing dogs this week. Nothing like little Frau Maria helping us. Yodelay-hee-hee indeed. The lonely goat herd walking out over the green, green hills of Kentucky. Who'd have thought we'd ever have this moment together? Well, that goes out to little Lucy Hero, lonely goat herd. Speaking of sheep herders, it is time for Chris Elliott and Pete, all the way here from Virginia. Sponsored by Nicole Rhodes. Happy to have Chris here. And Pete. Shout out to our set-out crew up high. Been working hard all week. Our exhaust crew down low doing the same. We're back in competition.
Did you hear the lonely goat herd?
By the way, are we 101?
Yes. I didn't get Lyle's score though. I should do that. One for Lyle. Did you ever want scores? I never really asked you. Sorry.
Do what?
Did you ever put scores up?
No, I just have full name, human, and then first name of dog, and then the number of dog. So that's pretty much all I put there.
I don't know if there'd ever be a way to
have the scores to run through every once in a while. Maybe beyond what we want to worry about this year, but it's probably fun to see how they did afterwards. It's not my call, I'm just saying.
I wouldn't know how to do that super fast.
Yeah.
Nice and straight through those gates. And that's what the judge is looking for. That imaginary line from the set out spot to the handler's post is the ideal. Doing some nice work here together as a team. Chris and Pete to bring it into this fetch. Has to be counterclockwise around the handler's post. Nice and easy stance there. Not trying to panic or spook the sheep and helping them to know what is required. You see Chris there at the handler's post. Sometimes you'll see handlers really just hugging that thing, being so close that they have to be touching it, almost like a baseball tagging the base. You can move away, especially if there's any obstruction or you need to get a better view. Just maybe a shepherd's crook away. So you're not glued to it, but it's also a nice place to center yourself. In this field where you've got dips and turns and ups and downs, sometimes just having that sight line can be helpful. So you may see them step away a little bit. It's a nice steady pace up the hill there, keeping the pressure on, but not forcing it, not pushing them or making them run. Now, once they get through and they see their friends down there, well, the running will be natural. The question is, can you control it? That is very nicely done. You saw them on that run, getting around with that burst of speed. Pete making sure these sheep know that they are not in control. Getting them through that panel and redirecting them back now down towards the shedding ring. That will be our next element here once this last leg of the drive is complete.
You haven't had a change battery yet, or have you?
only once. I'm waiting until they like go halfway, and then I'm changing them. But this is that's the turn.
As they step into the ring, so too does Chris. And you get to see that wonderful dance. This is all the rage on TikTok right now. Teenagers are doing this shedding dance. That might not be true, but it should be true. So let's start that trend, shall we? Teenage shed dance. Try to get one of the sheep alone, singled out. You saw that separation, but not necessarily that hold, so we'll get this group back together. That burst of speed to keep them in the circle. Known affectionately as sheephenge. Take a change of fate, would ya? And right now the fate is to have one of these sheep separated from the others. That brings an end to that run. Let's have a warm round of applause for Chris Elliott and Pete out of Virginia, really showing us some fine teamwork out there. Patience, presence, positioning, all these things coming to bear. And a dip into the tub. Cold water plunging has become all the rage amongst the Border Collies. And why not? Wim Hof was a Border Collie fan. Wim Hof and his dog Cool Off. That's probably the worst joke I've told all week. But it does look nice to hop into that pool, does it not? We were thinking it, I was thinking it. Maybe we'll have a pool party together afterwards. Brenna Rushing now heading out to the handler's post. Brenna taking out Cap, who come from Texas. It's a Texas team, y'all. And they're sponsored by Lauren Gallia. Let's see what these Texans have in store. Brenna and Cap.
See that go Wim Hof is.
Do what?
Wim Hof.
terrible to him. I've got friends that can sit for 20 minutes in freezing water and work up to that. I can do it 20 seconds maybe. But you know, I thought there'd be a Wim Hof reference to the Sheepdog Festival. So. Yeah.
Right down through the fence panels as is required in the ideal run. So a nice outrun up there. That's that long looping run up the hillside. You notice they don't run in that straight line. There's a reason for that. You don't want to scare the sheep. In fact, you want to come and approach from an angle that will allow you to gain control and move them in the direction you want. So they'll loop high and come down from above. That initial meeting we call the lift with 10 points, but it often sets the stage for the rest of the run. Coming in and announcing yourself and saying hi your date for the next 11 minutes. This is how it's going to go. Confidence without being overbearing. This is the fetch. That is what these border collies are born to do, which is to grab and fetch the sheep and bring them down to the handler. This is instinctual. Doesn't make it easy, because the sheep don't know it. But it is what the dogs know and what they are born to do. Counterclockwise around that post. And ends the fetch, and so begins the drive. Remember, these sheep are not necessarily sure what they're supposed to do, so that's where the handler and the dog come in, helping them find those lines. They thought they were being invited to the Sheep and Fiber Festival, free tickets. No, they are center stage here on the open class field here. That's the It's the NBA of sheepdog trailing at the highest level. Dogs with experience. Enough achievement to make it into this contest. There is a novice class over on the other side of the venue. Younger dogs are learning the ropes and getting valuable experience, but to be on this side is to have made it into the elite. These dogs average between 3 and 9 years old. We have seen younger compete, we've seen older compete, but that seems to be the sweet age zone. Now on the cross drive. The cross drive has required some interesting moves this week. It's not that it's hard to get them to move, it's hard to get them to stop. And that's because you can see all their friends high on the hill. It's a sheep city on a hill up there. And it's a draw for these sheep to want to go join in. A couple of the young sheep up there are playing Fortnite. And these sheep know it, so. But getting them turned back down the hillside here. Moving them now towards the shedding ring. So Brenna and Kat now about to do the dance. And into that circle is the plank. Now you see Brenna walking in. It's our Texas team. Judge signals his approval there. That is the shed. And now you see a nice run to the pen. And Brenna and Kat have a chance for a pen here. Yes, indeed. You got to know when to hold them and when to pin them, and that is exactly what we just saw. Nicely done. Good patience and nice positioning there. Sometimes you line it up and it all works out. It looks easy when it happens like that, but there's nothing easy about what you're watching here. This is practice, practice, practice. Taking the right line, having the right angle. You can sometimes notice even a couple of inches too far to the left or the right, and the sheep get the sense that they might be able to squirt out or squeeze out that opening, and they often do. So a lot of fun to see a pen. Just for your information, 100 points possible in an ideal dog run, ideal sheepdog run. I don't know that I've ever seen that because there's just too many variables, but I've seen some awfully high scores, but not a perfect 100 in my time. But each element matters. Each part of a dog run matters. And so that outrun all the way up to the top of the hill is worth up to 20 points. You'll notice that I go silent during that time because those whistles are the only thing that will really carry all the way up the mountain if they need to redirect or get their attention or say, ooh, go a little bit more to the left on that loop. Now, the more you give direction, sometimes that score comes down a little bit. The judge certainly values the dog that seems to be able to figure that out with the fewer commands, but up to 20 points there. That introduction between the dog and the sheep we call the lift, and it's a subtle but very important part of this. By the way, 75 for Brenna and Cap. 75 comes in for those two. That's a fine score. Well done. That's the lift. After the lift, you get the fetch, which is that line all the way down the hillside from top to bottom and as straight as possible. We mentioned that that's instinctual to the dog, but not to the sheep, so it takes control and patience to make that line straight. The drive has its elements, and of course the shed and the pen are exciting for us, but they're only worth 10 points each, or up to 10 points. So really doing well all along the way is the goal here. Speaking of doing well, we're looking forward to watching Rose, Kane, and Mac out of Maryland. Sponsored by Jim and Camille Kane. Happy to have them here with us at the Bluegrass Classic.
What's the name again?
Rose. Rose Kane.
And what? How do I spell the dog's name?
Oh, Mac. His name is.
Oh, really?
Let me double check the yellow sheet because I've been wrong a few times.
Is it from my end? I got Moss. R-O-X-I-E.
Switch to Mac.
So it's M-A-C.
Yes, yeah. I'll double check, but that's what I have in my updated. I think it's my updated. It is Mac. This is that fetch we were talking about before. Bringing this group of sheep down in as straight a line as possible between the set out and the handler's post. Through those gates, if possible. Narrow is the gate, straight is the way. That leadeth to the handler's post. Finish that quote. A lot of wonderful metaphors arising from this sport, and a lot of remarkable lessons to be learned as you watch closely and get drawn into the magic of sheepdog trialing. So much to learn about patience, persistence, presence, position, a lot of P words. And you're thinking, if it works on sheep, can it work on my kids? The answer is it can. Sometimes. Depends on how many kids you're trying to shepherd through. And if they're all 1-year-olds, like these yearlings are, we've got
You got some challenges, but right now working well out there. Rose and Mac. Sheep making their appearance here up that rise, realizing all of a sudden that this is not exactly what they thought it was going to be. They've got cameras and generators and flags flying. Some strange announcer drawing attention to their tattoos and their haircuts. Being patient, getting the work done here. Rose and Mac getting them around counterclockwise and now setting them up for that first leg of the drive. Nice view there with the Purina Pro Plan pen in the foreground, one of our great sponsors of this event. One of the long list of sponsors. We'll mention them here momentarily. Right now, watching that, you can see again the grass is not as high as an elephant's eye, like it is in Oklahoma sometimes, but it's tall enough, and as the dog crouches down, it's amazing how low the ground Mac can get. That crouch, that presence, that border collie eye. It's what moves these sheep. You'll notice it's not barking. Same with my wife. Barking and words don't do it, but give me the eye and I'll mow the lawn every day of the week. Actually, I'll do anything when she gives me the eye. That's why I married her. Here we go, through the gates, nicely done. Now that quick redirect. And the last leg of the drive, equilateral triangle. Bring them up into the shedding ring. Once they're in, as they are, Rose now steps out to cut off their progress. Now you'll see that dance here. Judge signals his approval there. Our great judge all the way from Northern Ireland. Our other judge this week has been from Lancashire, England, so international judges. Look at that. Right there, right there, right there. Nicely done. In the words of the great sheepdog handler, Matthew McConaughey, all right, all right, all right. That's how we do it right there. Beautifully done. Rose and Mac out of Maryland. It's a pretty thing to see a pen, of course. Exclamation mark on a nice run. We'll see what the judges decide. But in the meantime, a couple of housekeeping notes. Wanting to know that a lot of folks have stepped up this year to help this event go on. A lot of sponsors, including Susan and Ed Rayburn, the Ashcroft Group, American Border Collie Association, and the United States Border Collie Association. Call of the Wild School for Dogs. It's actually where I got my undergraduate degree. Cheat Lake Animal Hospital in memoriam of Dan, the Snett family, the Valley family, including Becky and James, Samantha and Ross, twin additions Elizabeth and Roxanne, Leanne and Paul Tucker, and the Kentucky Border Collie Association. A lot of good folks supporting this tremendous event. You're here too and supporting us. So happy that you are. Tilden, Trudy, and Trudy now stepping up. They come from Georgia. They are sponsored by Victoria and Vincent Peterson. See the sheep up high, they move a little bit closer to that set out spot. Nice little treat here. You see the working dogs up high and the competing dogs down below doing similar work. Tilden and Trudy about ready to go.
Then do you have
That's the halfway.
Nice job right through the gates there. Again, the ideal here is a nice straight line. Seeing some good work here on Trudy and Tilden. First two Georgia teams that would be competing. Herding and shepherding, of course, part of the traditions of many people across the globe. So these competitors from the state of Georgia, I guarantee in the country of Georgia, there is shepherding happening as we speak. The question is, when it becomes competition with rules and opportunities, that is something else entirely. This began in the 1860s, the first recorded trial, sheepdog trial in New Zealand, spread into Australia, the British Isles, and around the world, including the United States. And right here in Lexington, Kentucky, Bluegrass Classic, 60 plus years of this contest. Nice counterclockwise around the handler's post. You kind of see the ringleader in this group of three. Having to apply a little extra pressure there, that is sometimes what you get. You've got some sheep that have it in their heads that they're the stars of the show, wanting that star treatment. We're often asked if there is a standoff, what can the dog do, what can the dog not do? The dog can act in self-defense. That is acceptable, and that will not disqualify the dog. Just can't lash out. So keeping the sheep safe, keeping the dog safe. What do you do when you've got a headstrong sheep out there? Well, you apply the pressure and hope it's enough. Right now it is moving up the hillside now on leg number 1. Keeping that pressure after achieving that gait. Making that left-hand turn, knowing that the sheep realize which direction they're going, they might just start a run that'll be hard and slow, so keeping that steady pressure. of lessons to be learned in the sheepdog child. Position and persistence. You can read about it in the famous business book, Who Moved My Sheep? Fantastic tome.
So I just need to see if I can gimbal the cameras that stuff.
Nicely done, all three through. Now they get a glimpse of paradise over there. Valhalla for sheep in the exhaust. Truly getting these three to turn away from the light and come back towards the shedding ring. You'll notice too, the fencing over there is covered, so you can't see through, trying to make it a little less of a draw. The sheep are capable of jumping these fences if they have enough incentive. And into the ring now for the shed. This is Tilden, Kirby, and Trudy out of Georgia. Chance to earn some more points on this run. Certainly see that burst of speed, and that is, there you go, that's the shed Judge was looking for. Splitting off that one, and now a sprint to the shed. And the time does run out, unfortunately, but not for lack of covering that ground. Nice done, nice round of applause for Tilden, Kirby, and Trudy out of Georgia. Tilden needs an award for the fastest 50-yard dash of the event here. That was impressive. Some great work. Tip of the cap, absolutely. Well done. You know, getting into that pen is an exciting thing, and we know all of our handlers hope to get there. Keeping in mind it's just 10 points of a possible 100. So, but you got to try. And sometimes the judge will say, hey, if you're not trying, you're not making forward progress, that can be an issue too. So get there. We have seen sheep walk into a pen so fast, there's this head scratching where you can't quite figure out why it happened for them and not for somebody else. So absolutely worth giving it a shot. Next up will be Gail Hilburn and Jimmy, also from the great state of Georgia. Gail and Jimmy walking out to the handler's post, looking up high on the hillside, waiting for our set out crew here to set out. This is Masterson Station Park for those that are watching around the country and watching around the world. We are located in absolutely beautiful Lexington, Kentucky. Often known as horse country, and certainly it is, but Bluegrass Classic is all about sheep country and sheepdog country. A nice long tradition right here of this event. To qualify to be in the Bluegrass Classic, you have to show a high level of success and consistency, and each of these teams are capable of great things. So right now, as she sees the sheep slowly being brought down to that position, Gail, Hilburn, and Jimmy taking a few moments to survey the field of competition. You can tell that Jimmy is excited. Dogs will herd. Keeping this group in a nice line down from that set out spot towards the handler's post. You see their heads up every time they want to get grass, which they always want to eat grass. A little extra pressure is applied and they're brought back into line. towards the handler's post. That's what you seeing some nice work here by this team as they come counterclockwise, grabbing a quick bit of fast food on their way around. Remember, these sheep come from the high country of Montana. Were brought down for this competition. They are yearlings, all female. They spent the last year defending themselves from predators and hanging around in groups for protection. Now they find themselves on the green grass hills of Kentucky. It's like a Cheech and Chong movie for them. There's grass everywhere. Blue skies and nice clouds sailing overhead. A beautiful set of conditions here for the Bluegrass Classic 2025. The time they pass through those open panels, remember it's not in the sheep game plan to do that, so they are being driven. Now the cross drive, right to left. And as the winds pick up here just a little bit, let's have a round of applause for Gail, Hilbert, and Jimmy out of Georgia with some fine work out there together. Getting a little extra help. So another dog comes from the exhaust. As we bring these dogs off and get ready to bring some more on, Uncle Donnie Hathaway for you right now. Someday we'll all be free. This is the anthem of the sheep. To qualify for tomorrow's finals, top 7 scores from the first 2 days. So from Wednesday and Thursday, qualify. The next group of qualifiers are the top 7 scores from yesterday and today. And then after those, then we do the next 7 with the best combined scores over both of their runs. Can't qualify twice, of course, so 21 teams will have a chance to move forward. For tomorrow, you've got to come back. If you are even halfway thinking about it, just make it happen. Come and enjoy a beautiful Sunday here with us and see the international shed and see the remarkable championships of the Bluegrass Classic. Not just 3 sheep, but 20 sheep who can moved around the same course. This is Catherine Ash going out with Jack. They come from Michigan. They're sponsored by Rebecca Hansen. And they look like they are ready to go. The sheep are ready up high, and they are ready down below.
But I disappeared for a couple of hours yesterday and today. That's my mom.
I know you told me she was. Yeah, that's awesome.
That's her?
Yeah. For the second day on the cross country.
That's
Amazing.
it's amazing.
Stadium was yesterday. I think this cross country is today. She didn't think I met her. No, she didn't. She started showing yesterday. She's got a focus on this, but it's amazing.
There's that lift high up on the hillside, that introductory meeting. See a cute you at the bar, she's hanging out with two other friends. Well, Jack says hello. I'm here to take you on an adventure. I'll take all three of you. How about that? That is the lift. You don't want to come on too strong. They'll scatter. You don't want to come on too timid. They won't move at all. Once again, mirroring life. Now making your way down the fence line. When you're caught between the Scylla and Cabritas, the best thing to do is to come right through the middle. Hazards on both sides. And of course, what the judge is looking for as well. Nice straight line towards the handler's post. Capturing the weights. This team all the way down from Michigan. A couple of Michiganders with us. Great traditions up in that part of our country as well. Beautiful country. Certainly some harsh climate at certain times of the year, so these are hardy dogs and hardy people as well. Now coming up into full view of the tents, the flags, sound of generators, and the smell of barbecue. These sheep are just trying to figure out where they have emerged from here. That's okay, Jack has plans for them. Bring them around. Complete the fetch. You see that low crouch there, that is a little unsettling to see this dog making his way through the grasses with that border collie eye. Just makes you want to keep on moving down the road, and that's exactly the point here. First leg of the drive, 250 yards from Handler's Post to those gates. Each leg of this triangle the same distance, give or take a blade of grass. And now these three look like they do have a secret map to the course. Making their way through, but it looks like they want to go up and not down. So the burst of speed here. See if we can head them off and get them, there we go. Pointing back towards the far left panels. Well, if you could draw it up like a football play would all have straight lines, Judge is looking for that as much as possible, but you've got a number of elements here. 3 individual sheep, sometimes working as one, sometimes very independent expectations. And so some nice work out there by Catherine, Ash, and Jack out of Michigan. We'll step away from the handler's post. Let's have a round of applause for Catherine and Jack. Doing some fine work here, and a lot of good elements to build upon for sure. Out of the way from Michigan. Happy to have them here with us. Well, our competition is in day 4. If this is your first time joining us this week, to let you know what's happened up to this point. First 2 days were an open class category 1. Yesterday and today were number 2. The top 7 emerged from each of those categories, the classes. And the championships, as we talked about, tomorrow. Over on the other side of the venue, which you may not know is happening as we speak, you've got different classes. Sheep not quite ready for prime time players. You've got novice sheep. You've got nursery sheep. Nursery is 3 and younger. You've got sheep just learning how to herd. So you don't just step on and have all the magic happen. You have to learn it. Get experience as you go. Speaking of experience here, this is Dee Bales walking out now with silver. They come from North Carolina. They're sponsored by Nicole Botich. This will be Dee and silver taking the field.
Happy day.
Great idea.
This is live. Is this live?
No.
In your opinion, guys, if the weather holds like this, do I need to take everything down tonight, or should I just maybe take this down and let the cords lie out? Or
Yeah, we'll just take the soundboard in and speakers all off.
I think the speaker, the other ones are okay in the morning dew. If they're
I mean,
connected at least.
Flip the plastic over the top.
yeah. I don't think we're gonna have any wind, like hardcore wind, but yeah, I'll put covers on it. Maybe disconnect the cords.
But not roll them in, just disconnect them, or you would roll them in.
I would bring them in, just in case. XLRs can be very sensitive.
Getting this group onto that straight line, the fetch line. Again, if you were a hawk circling up above and look down, you'd want to see these straight lines, but this is 3D terrain. It's not like drawing up a football play. In the actual execution, this time you've got 3 sheep with minds of their own. So trying to keep them on task here, that is the challenge. It's accomplished with positioning. You'll see the dog covering a lot of ground back and forth. That's okay. The judge is not worried about that. The judge is watching sheep and how straight of a line they are traveling in. Some dogs do that with more energy than others. Some have more presence than others and don't have to do that. So there's a lot of variations in those that compete, but if you watch the sheep and see what kind of line that they are tracing, you get an idea of how close they are to that ideal. These are Targhee Rambouillet crosses from Montana. Are hardy, to be sure, and they are yearlings, but it's been an interesting year for them. Already proven themselves in survival and learned how to band together. Now they've got these intelligent, sometimes intense, purposefully intense dogs, giving them instructions. No barking, just expressions. How one relatively small dog can move 3 and then tomorrow 20. Much larger creatures is a wonder to behold. Silver now pushing this group away from D. That is not instinctual. That's the opposite of instinctual. That is trained behavior. Nice steady pressure towards that first set of panels on the right. Through the gates, nicely done, and now a redirect towards the left. This is the cross drive, second leg of the equilateral triangle. You see them wanting to make that run, but not necessarily to pass through the gate, so putting on a burst of speed. Holding them off. Now on that last leg of the equilateral, stepping away from the post now. Some fine work. Let's hear it for D. Bales and Silver here from North Carolina, giving us a great show out there. We often have people ask or get excited about this breed, and there's no reason not to be. And certainly all of these handlers have fallen in love with this breed. The Border Collie extremely well suited to this work. If you were to bring a Border Collie into your home because you find them cute, which they are, and you find them exciting, which they are, you also have to find work for them. This is a working breed, and if you don't give them work, they will create work to do. Got a friend who left their Border Collie at home and came back, and the dog had done all of the taxes for the household. A lot of mistakes were made, but it was a pretty good effort. Sometimes they'll herd dinner plates or houseplants. You really do have to give them tasks to do, but if you are up for that challenge, you too can fall in love with the Border Collie and the remarkable traits of this animal. Looking at Pat Romano now, about to step through the gate. Pat will be walking out with Meg. They come from Virginia. They're sponsored by Kathy McClure. And we are very happy to have them here with us at the Bluegrass Classic. Pat Romano and Meg looking up high on the hillside as our set-out crew begins to bring this group down. She believes they are where they're supposed to be. Let's see her send out Meg. that's the lift up high on the hillside, that introductory meeting. Once that group of three is on the move, we switch to the fetch. Focus on that line down through the panels. A nice armada of white fluffy clouds floating through the blue sky. Absolutely beautiful here in Lexington. Known for its horse culture, its bourbon culture. University of Kentucky, Transylvania University. Fun nights at the Burl and Hot Brown. Sandwiches, lots of reasons to love Lexington, and every year right around this time, another great reason, the Bluegrass Classic, happening right here before your eyes. Some of the finest handlers from around the country, indeed around the world, here with us. Right now we have the pleasure of watching Pat and Meg, duo from Virginia. Nice picture right there. Sheep coming up the rise here, realizing they are part of something bigger. It's a beautiful moment in everyone's life when you realize you're part of something bigger. They're part of the Bluegrass Classic right now. They are celebrating by eating the bluegrass. You see that pressure, keeping their heads up and moving counterclockwise around the antler's post. now being brought around the back. A glance at the judge, let's see if he approves of the sheep. Now back around. The sheep wearing wool sweaters here today. Nice. Oh, there we go. What a leap for joy. That's how we all feel here at the Bluegrass Classic. Happy to be here. Why they chose wool on such a hot day, we're not sure, but here they are nevertheless. Now being set up for their first leg of the drive. Drive's worth up to 30 points. Each leg is significant. The first one, of course, you're driving the sheep away from the handler. That's not instinctual. That has to be taught and trained. You'll hear some adjustments coming verbally. The whistle, of course, travels a lot farther at distance. And when you come closer together in the shed and the pen, you'll hear more verbal commands. Just beautiful clouds drifting over, the sun and the shade all happening simultaneously. A beautiful spot for this event. Out there on this portion of the drive, and getting the nod here and stepping away from the handler's post. Let's give a round of applause to Pat Romano and Meg. Doing some nice work out there for sure. We've had a few people ask, how do you determine the order of the day? And that's done at random. And is that significant? It is, it can be. Just as you and I get a little tired in the afternoons, maybe a little hungry, maybe a little sleepy even, the sheep can also sometimes get a little, what we use the term as heavy. Now, heavy doesn't mean they suddenly gain a whole lot of weight, although watching them eat, that would also not surprise me. But heavy in this case means they're just a little harder to move. They want to stay put, they want to munch, they want to just not work in the hot sun. They want to do what they want to do. They're 1-year-olds, for heaven's sakes. But that does not mean you can't work them. You can. You just have to apply pressure in a different kind of way. And so you'll find that you can have success anywhere in the order, beginning of the day, middle of the day, end of the day. That is, there's no determining factor there. But yes, when the sheep get a little heavy, then it's a little bit more of a challenge and it requires a different approach. Some dogs have a lot of experience with that, some don't. And that's just how that goes. And sometimes you simply get an interesting batch of sheep. That's just a reality. And talking to our judges, had some nice conversations and they're reminders that you get what you get, and it's not always the same, but just as in life, you make the most of what you got. You get a rough group of sheep and you just approach it differently, but it's a really wonderful workout there. Appreciate that. A reminder then, another event happening here. We have the Sheep and Fiber Festival, which is happening up on the hill. We had a shuttle bus going back and forth. I don't know if I've turned around to see it lately, but I'll bet it's still running back and forth. We also here at this venue we have what we call the novice side of things. Novice are dogs with approximately 1 year of training. There's pro novice competition for dogs just learning how to drive. Driver's ed, I guess. Advanced pro novice for dogs nearly ready for open class. This, of course, is that open class. And then nursery for dogs that are under 3 years of age. So you don't just jump in and take your chances, you learn along the way. This is Connie Brannon now stepping out to the handler's post with Kid, a local favorite here from Kentucky, sponsored by Elizabeth Outlaw, out to do the outrun.
See what I did there? Outrun. That's classic.
That's fresh. That is fresh.
Low-hanging fruit.
I might actually do.
Yeah, do. Lost it. Maybe we did lose it.
What do the lines look like right now?
For the next one?
Yeah.
Or they might be waiting. So sure. Probably make the order. Oh.
So I got steak chicken.
I'll wander over. I'll see what they've got. I haven't looked at the menu in a while, so.
Nicely done, right through the slot there. Luke Skywalker on the Death Star, you gotta take it right through the right spot to make it happen. It's narrow, it's not a wide opening there, but getting him through. Now imagine being here with us tomorrow and seeing 20 sheep come through those gates. And try not to lose a single one to the left or the right. Now that is Star Wars right there. Coming back towards the handler's post, this is Connie and Kid. Working well together. They are from right here in Kentucky, and we've got some fans out there, we know that. Bringing them up here to the handler's post. This is the fetch, worth up to 20 points. If you're wondering how scoring works, think of it this way. In each of these elements, you have the total possible, and then you receive deductions for small things here and there. So a perfect run would be 100 points. As I've mentioned, never seen that, because very few things aren't subject to variation in this sport, but I've seen wonderfully high scores. Sometimes the judge is watching the sheep to see what their line is. Sometimes watching the dog and checking out the pressure. And watching the handler to see what they do. So a lot of elements here, perfect. Well, that's a tough standard, but we've seen remarkable scores.
Lining up.
Lining up for that first leg of the drive now. And to the right, it's a right-handed drive. Speaking of scores, just so you can kind of know what I mean, our highest score of the day, and this is including some of our most celebrated and experienced champions, has been 86. Top 7 scores from yesterday and today. We'll move on to tomorrow's final. Top 7 from Wednesday and Thursday as well. And the next 7 with the highest combined scores. Nice and easy through that gate, and now you'll see them work to turn them. You don't want them to drift back. Move on. Ease on down the road. Both the whiz. Now there is that angle towards the other set of gates. It looks to all of us like that's what the sheep are trying to get to. There's nothing particularly interesting about those gates for sheep. They like the view of their friends over there on the hillside. So controlling their run and pointing them in the right direction. There we go. Getting them through, and now quick redirect. That's kids saying, hey, as long as you're going that way, why not go through the gates? It's kind of what I told my kids. As long as you're going to do your homework, you might as well do it well. That is what it takes sometimes, that pressure. Not too much, not too little. Bringing them now back towards the shedding ring, a chance for Connie and Kid to take the next step, gain some more points here.
When you go, I would love a chicken and cheese.
Just chicken cheese.
What else do they offer this place? With everything, it's fine. I like everything. So, or whatever version you come up with is great. Sorry, I don't mean to make you my personal thing, but I always feel like if I step away, something's going to happen that I'm supposed to know about. So.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel as well.
That's true.
But I'm like, I have it easier because I can just put it in a wide angle, and then you can actually see everything. Basically. So there'll be occasional times where I zoom in a little extra, but
I can also make a run once these guys are done. Let's see what they're figuring out. I'll see what the line is. The line is 2.
it's better than the 4.
Yeah.
Connie and Kid on either side of this group of 3 looking to shed or singles, another way we refer to it. Take one single off of the group, hold that one long enough for the judge to say yes indeed. You have control, so control is also part of this. Pressure is how you do that. Now you see it right there.
Yay!
So now, with that accomplished, one grabbing the sheep and bringing them back up the hillside is the plan. And holding that doesn't have to be for a long time, but enough to show the judge that you've got control, you've done your job. And so now you see Connie making her way to the gate. Kid doing a little sweeping to bring them up the hill.
Oh, there you go.
Trying to bring them around again for another opportunity. Oh, right there. Just time runs out just at that moment. A nice run there, though. Some good work and some beautiful elements. Getting a nice round of applause, of course, for Connie Brannon and Kid right here in Kentucky. And that pen is such an elusive thing. Again, sometimes the door opens and it seems like they want to walk in. You saw those three, though, kind of check around. They even looked up to the judge to see if the time had run out. That was a canny, maybe an uncanny group of sheep, and now look how willingly they are driven over to that open gate. So that's just part of the fun. Sometimes it's part of the heartbreak, but remember that 10 points possible with the pen is 10 out of 100. So every element in the trial just as important, and some a lot more important, even though it was fun to see that finish. A reminder, of course, lots to see and do here, lots to eat and drink as well. Please come and support our food trucks and vendors and merchants. There is a merchandise table up there with some nice, fine shirts and hats to commemorate the time here at the Bluegrass Classic. And now we see Olivia Guthrie walking out with Webb, and they come from the neighboring state of Tennessee. We're happy to have them here with us. Score comes in for Connie and Kid of a 68 for Connie and Kid. Each sheepdog trial, by the way, has their own unique topography. Some are rolling hills like this, some are a little bit flatter with more trees, visual obstructions. The one next week, where a lot of our teams here will travel to, there is a circuit, by the way, is in my hometown of Midway, Utah, up in the Wasatch Mountain Range, and that one is up on a cross-country skiing venue, part of the 2002 Winter Olympic Games. So a lot of up and down, a lot of climbing there. We don't ask the dogs or the handlers to be on skis, and the snow is usually gone, but each venue has its challenges. The Bluegrass Classic, as beautiful as it is, presents a lot of challenges. Right now we'll see Olivia and Webb.
So when you do go over there,
Yeah.
can you actually give me a with or a Dr. Pepper or a Coke?
Yeah.
With that or
Yeah. And what did you want for your order?
just steak, chicken,
Steak, chicken, cheese, and
it's like I forgot about that part. Yeah. or
Fanta.
something. Either one. Either one.
They don't have Dr. Pepper. They have Fanta Orange. Is that perfect?
Okay. Thank you.
I told her I'd pick that up when we put through. So. Nice work and nice progress down the hillside there. Now coming around counterclockwise. Keeping this group moving. Not giving them that chance to put heads down and start eating. Remember, we talked about being heavy.
Do you need to go out with me? Go and get some stuff. Good. You've got everything you need.
First leg of the drive here. Right now, these sheep trying to get up to a concert at the Burl. Being headed off at the pass now, taking a left. Trying to slow this group down a little bit. There is that moment. Nicely done, making that adjustment, slowing them down in time to still take them through that panel. Now, trying to get on them quickly to send them back this way will be the challenge. Just-in-time business concept, sometimes very, very effective, sometimes presents its challenges here, but right now, Olivia and Webb with some nice elements out there, stepping away from the handlers post. Let's give a round of applause to Olivia Guthrie and Webb from neighboring Tennessee. Certainly able to move those sheep. Refining some of those moves. Of course, that is also a challenge, but that is some nice work. Happy to have them here, always happy to have these competitors. They drive in, you'll notice an encampment behind me here, and a lot of these handlers. You can't just easily fly. It's possible, it's doable, but to have your own rig and to be able to have all your equipment, all your food, all the things you might need for the sport. Talking to some of our handlers, they'll say, man, this is an expensive sport, but they say that with irony because they love it so. And they're dedicated to it. So fun to see what comes of these supreme partnerships. This is going to be Sandy Ecker out of Florida. Sandy walking out momentarily with Moss. So Sandy, Moss. They are sponsored by David Cox. Set out crew up high there, doing their work on the day with help from a horse. That's, of course, often a part of ranch life. Sandy and Moss.
Yeah. Only cheese and meat that you?
No, I think that this is. Cheese and I should have. Double check because she read back to me what I ordered, which was chicken steak. I think that just means that we didn't have all the extra stuff. Hopefully. Hey, see it.
I heard you and Teresa was here because I see your mom and I see Teresa's mom all the time. I always ask about
Bring them
you.
down through the center panels
How you doing?
there.
I'm in Lexington almost every day.
Are you?
I said, I'm gonna surprise you guys.
Oh,
I always like you. I always like you. I always like you guys, man.
You play trumpet?
I had that silver trumpet brand.
I got everything in mind, so.
Oh,
So
then that might be you then.
but that should have meat in it. I don't have any meat.
So
Do
doesn't
I go ask them?
As a matter of fact,
I mean, I'll eat it either way.
Well, no, I got somebody who struggled a little bit with English. I think maybe she knew that one had everything in one.
I'll pay for a stick.
Oh, yeah. This has steak. But I'm just, I guess, blind.
No? No. It's the way that they wrote it.
Hey, you know, it's funny. I tell people all the time how good we are. And we'll
Bringing
talk
them up here now
about
to
your thing.
the rise. Here a chance
We were good. That was a good band.
to complete that fetch. So that outrun, that long leaping outrun.
He made me
You
want to
notice
today. Heard you're doing well, man.
in this case,
Yeah, your mom doing well too. Well, I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
When I come in, I think it's your
Moms
house.
went all
Yeah,
the
yeah.
way
I
to
come
the
in from
right,
Fleming's
which was
Church.
just
On the
fine.
left there.
Make it sound more. And then I got. Did you find out what the biggest one was? Oh, I'm sorry. No, you did. Not that it's not great. No. Friendship is important. No, you guys always.
So you saw that long looping run to the right, and that's absolutely fine. You can go left or right. That's handler and dog's choice, and you'll often find the preference. But once you get up at the top, it's the same after that. It's a lift and a fetch, and we're at the end of that fetch right now, and being encouraged to move a little closer to the tents and the flags. And the excitement. She was not wild about that, but bringing them in a nice orderly fashion around. Wondering where that voice is coming from. Wondering why we're not calling their names. There we go. Getting them lined up for the first leg of the drive.
Who is this? Sandy? So 111?
Unless they changed it. But from my understanding, it is indeed.
These are huge.
Yes.
Coming through the first set of panels in this obstacle course, if you will. These are the fetch panels. They allow you to draw a line between the set out point all the way down to the handler's post. This is Scott and Griffin working together right now. Again, trying to draw that line, make it as straight as possible. Keep the sheet moving. Getting them lined up now for the drive. If you look at our list of participants, you'll find they come from all over the nation. It's rather remarkable. Kind of wonderful to think that this tradition is in many, many states. As you would expect, quite a few from the southern states, but we also have them from New England, this competition, from Great Lakes, from the Rocky Mountain states, the Pacific Northwest. Now this is the cross drive from right to left for those watching on our live feed, and they are watching all over the country and even all over the world. I don't know, maybe the astronauts are watching on the International Space Station. That's how it goes these days. You find something good, you don't let go. You see the sheep interested in the draw, as they always are. Interested in the sheep over there in the exhaust. Keeping them on task and bringing them down. Scott Griffin. Now stepping away and letting the sheep go where they seem to want to go anyway. Let's hear it for Scott, Dowell, and Griffin, all the way from Iowa. Good to have them here with us. I'm going to read to you this list of states just on the half page that I have here. North Carolina, Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Florida, Missouri, South Carolina, Iowa, Virginia, Colorado, Connecticut, Washington, Indiana, Alabama, Alberta, and Pennsylvania, all on this list, and that's just a handful of all the competitors we've had here. So yes, indeed, if this is something you love, you can do it pretty much anywhere. We haven't seen a lot of Hawaiian teams. I think that's because the sheepdogs there, they surf. That's what they do. These are smart dogs after all. Surf and hang loose, but here, right now, we have Tom Wilson stepping out from Virginia, walking out there with Tess. So Tom and Tess will be our next team to go out here at the Bluegrass.
This is 116.
at? Anything?
Oh, yeah. Actually, I don't think you can.
Really?
Because you're at the lowest tip.
Who does that back at that way?
Oh, yeah, that
With the wind, spending our time with that. We're getting there. I'll make it.
So you do a lot of water for liquids that are cold.
Nice lift up there high on the hill. Again, about 450 yards from the Panthers' post set out spot. Dog, of course, covering more ground than that since their outrun is longer and boost. So, I don't know, another 100 yards in the dog there. Now coming back down. So if you think about the distances, they do add up. Bringing this group down now on the fetch line. Probably safe to say that every group of sheep has in mind, three minds of their own, and have their own ideas of what they'd like to do, so keeping them on line, in line, that is the challenge here. That's what we come to appreciate as we watch sheepdog trialing. Counterclockwise, around the back of the handler's post. There we go. When it goes right like that, it seems easy. Any number of times and possibilities where things can go off, and so keeping that patient pressure. Now we're asking Tess to move this group uphill, away from the handler, away from Tom. That is not instinctual. Requires just a little bit of faith, I would say. Belief in each other and trust. Power for that one relatively small dog to move those three heavy sheep. That's what we're seeing showcased in this event. This is the cross drive, right to left. And throughout the day, we've seen the sheep get a nice vision of where they might be able to retire. Seeing all those friends already hanging out. It's like a vision of the heavenly hosts. So trying to put the brakes on, bring this group back through those panels. There we go. That's what you hope for right there. speed becomes important. To bring them down on that last leg of the drive here. It's been a trouble spot for us throughout the day. And stepping away now from the post, Tom Wilson and Tess out of Virginia. Round of applause, if you will. Certainly saw some fine work out there. Part of our job today is to help those qualify for tomorrow. And so there are some standards, of course, the judge is applying in his assessment of the run. Sometimes you'll see people called off because of a little too much drama between dog and sheep, but sometimes it's just an issue of standard, and enough points have been deducted, then sometimes you'll retire or step away. That does not mean there aren't great things happening out there. Of course, if you can have a run and have a number of elements and keep stringing them together until it all falls together the way you hope, well, that's just a pleasure. Terry Murray now, out of Colorado, one of our great Colorado competitors. Teams from there this year. Walking out with Bishop. So Terry and Bishop will have a chance to do something magical here in the Bluegrass. We work into the afternoon here, the late afternoon. And setup works to bring that group of three together up there. And we'll be back tomorrow. Now, the schedule tomorrow is a little different. Since we don't have as many teams, we'll begin the double lift final at 8 a.m. Keep that in mind as you make your plans. In the meantime, Terry and Bishop.
I didn't know we started at 8 a.m.
It's a handlers meeting, which I doubt you need to worry about, but you want to. That's at 7:45. There's breakfast available for everybody at 7:30, so if you want to, got that too. But there's something called the presentation of handlers, which is happening right in the middle. So I can guess it's not. You guys stop the action if you want to take a picture. That's I'd be surprised if they stop the action, but maybe they do give some awards out. Each one's 25. That's 25 minutes. That's gonna take us some time, but.
steering them through that set of fetch pans. Making those adjustments to bring them on that direct line back towards Terry at the handler's post. If you haven't spent time over in Colorado, you will find remarkable places to run a sheep or a cattle operation. Filled with 14ers all over the state, whether you're out on the plains or even in the mountain valleys, you can see these very skills being displayed by ranchers of sheep or cattle. To have a dog so well trained, to be able to have that ability to help you out, that is a beautiful thing. Nice photo op there with the judge, the dog, the sheep, and Terry all lined up for a moment. Now heading out towards the first leg of the drive. Trying to keep them moving in a nice line towards that. Easier said than done. Some nice work happening out there right now by Terry and Bishop working together. You can't serve God and mutton both. There are choices to be made. Lining up here for that first set of panels. There we go. It's nicely done there. You see that pressure, keeping them moving, keeping the heads up. Now, as we've seen throughout the day, there's a desire to run. It presents a different challenge. Race around, trying to redirect this group. The sheep hearing the sound of the ice cream man, thinking, why not us? We've been working hard. You scream and you scream. We all scream for ice cream. Here comes Terry now. She'll step into the ring along with Bishop and do the act of the shed, trying to find some separation. Trying to shed off one from the three. Hold that one long enough for the judge to signal approval. The shed is achieved. Now, Carrie making her way, staying fully aware of where the sheep are as she moves backwards. And there ain't no party like a pen party. Nicely done. The pen is achieved. And some nice work. Good pressure. Good patience as well. Congratulations to Terry and Bishop out of Colorado. Bishop now practicing that deep water, cold water plunge. So popular amongst dogs these days. And well-deserved. The way Terry made that run up the hill, I think she might want to do a cold water plunge there. That was impressive. Working well. Again, that pen, it's icing on the cake for sure. We love to see it, and the handlers and the dogs love to achieve it. It's only 10 points overall out of a possible 100. So it's not going to make or break you, but it certainly can make the difference. And it shows you yet another skill that's useful and necessary out on the range. So fun to see. Congratulations. Now Jessica Edgerly and Dot, all the way down from Connecticut. Sponsored by Audrey Blinkenshop. This is Jessica and Dot. Now look up the hillside. There's some 3 sheep that look like they're not eager to be brought down, but we'll see here in a moment. Score comes through, a score of 83. 83 for Terry and Bishop. 8-3. Yes, indeed. A nice round of applause. Now Jessica and Dot will have their moment. You can see our setup crew. They've been fabulous all day long. And we know the sheep get itchy. Always wearing those wool sweaters, even on really hot days. But still some work to be done here. Down to about 10 or 11 competitors left. So a few more chances to advance into the finals. And lift accomplished. Nice outrun to the right. Again, just an amazing distance covered in such a short amount of time. But that eagerness to get up there and do the work, and now that work is fetching this group of three back down towards the handler. Keeping this group of sheep moving towards the handler. Of course, that handler is Jessica Edgerly. She and Dot working in tandem here. Kind of see the ringleader in this group of three. A little stamping there. Reluctantly returning. Each of these sheep coming through once per day. But on the fourth day, they kind of know what's expected. That doesn't mean they want to do it. It just means they know what they're supposed to do. It's a lot like doing your chores at home. You know you're supposed to. You don't really want to. Maybe if mom or dad stops putting you on, looks the other direction, you'll sneak out and play a little basketball in the driveway. Instead, these sheep always looking to pick up a little extra grass. A couple of bites as they cruise through. Keeping that pressure on and moving them forward towards the handler's post. See that famous border collie eye, not with barking, but with presence. See that crouch? And a burst of speed to bring them back around counterclockwise around the post. For a right-handed drive. all good to look over. Now getting them lined up here for that first leg of the drive, a little more willingness to be moved away from the action. Maybe that shouldn't surprise us. The sheep have preferences as well. These are smart animals after all, smart and strong. We don't give them a lot of credit that way. We use them as a metaphor for flocking together and doing what everybody else is doing, but that's also how they survive. It's how they protect themselves in the wild. Get too far out on your own, you get picked off by the predators, so banding together makes a lot of sense for a flock. Making that turn for the cross drive now. And stepping away from the post here, let's have a round of applause for Jessica, Edgerly, and Dot, all the way down from Connecticut. I don't know, that field and the ground that's covered is almost the same size as Connecticut right here. So nicely done by both Jessica and Dot. I mentioned that we have a lot of competitors from all over the place, and that is exciting. It means that the sheepdog trialing experience can be had almost anywhere where you might happen to live. We've got associations here in Kentucky, of course, and all over the South and the Mid-Atlantic. We have representatives here from the Mid-Atlantic states as well, and from New England, Midwest, Far West. I would bet someplace in Alaska, somebody's doing this. I just don't know how exactly. Some of the big events, and if you are working at this level, you often travel from event to event. Some of the big ones, of course, this is a huge one and a very prestigious event, 60 plus years in the running. Also got great events in Colorado. The Meeker is a big one. Soldier Hollow Classic in Utah next week. And the USPCHA championships, national championships this year will be held out in Alturas, California. That's, I believe, September 30th to October 5th. Alturas, kind of on the backside of the Sierras. High country, perfect for this event. This will be Pamela Shattuck. She'll be walking out to the handler's post with Fancy. Sponsored by Andrew Shattuck. They come from the great state of Florida. Happens to be my home state. That's where I was born, so we've got a nice Florida team coming up here to the handler's post for a chance for some magic. group down the fetch line here. This is the third element of a sheepdog trial run. You saw that long, long run from the handler's post. That's the outrun. Introduction between dog and sheep is the lift. This is the fetch. Fetch is worth up to 20 points. We endeavor to bring this group down in as straight a line as possible. Our judging, of course, not part of ranch life, although doing it well and doing it right is always the better way. So a lot of these dogs hone their skills in real world situations. It's a little different for them to do it in front of a crowd. It must be a little discombobulating at times. At the same time, they love to work and they love to be praised for good work. So clockwise around the handler's post. Now lining up for the first leg of the drive. Nice, beautiful backdrop there. You can see the Create a Pro plan pen. Planted with flowers this year, which is quite nice. One of our great sponsors. They've been a great partner to work with here at the meeting and other locations as well. Now moving quite well towards that first open. Again, no real reason why they would want to go through. The only reason that we need is the pressure behind, and this seems to be what I'm supposed to do. Fancy doing some fine work here. Now that second leg, cross drive, right to left. Nicely done, pointed through. Now, as we've seen all throughout, she wanted to keep on going, but nice redirect, bringing this group back down towards the handler's post. That's the next task at hand.
So you announce that first place winners of each class need to come.
To the shedding ring now. This is a chance to see a very different skill, but a very important one out in the working operation. This is the shed. Now, think about when this would be necessary, when you would need to do this. Well, maybe you've got a herd or a flock, and you've got one that needs medical attention, or one that needs inoculations, or one that needs a brand, or get a tattoo, or whatever it might be. Be able to put the pressure on to move one away from the others, hold that pressure so that the appropriate action can take place. Well, that's what this is. You'll see it a lot tomorrow. Shattuck and Fancy from Florida. Fancy getting a nice dip in the pool. Well deserved. Some great work out there, keeping this group moving around. Quick shout out and a note to our handlers. Please make sure to pick up your sponsorship hats. You can get the voucher for that at the White House and pick up your dog food. Over at the merchandising gazebo, we've got surprises for you and some gifts. So handlers, please pick up your sponsorship hats, dog food, athlete merchandise gazebo. We have vouchers for those hats here in the White House. We call it the White House because architecturally it's very similar to the one in DC. Even has the big flag waving overhead. Just in miniature, that's all. Well, that's how it looked when I drew it in the 4th grade. We are looking now for Lynn Green and Nick. We found them. Ready to go. Lynn and Mick come all the way from the Pacific Northwest up in Washington. Sponsored by Sandra Eckert. I mentioned you've got great teams from all over the country. This is from the great state of Washington.
No, I just did a good closer where I
Set out crew,
Oh,
they
so thank
do
you.
so well. Frankly, we couldn't do without them, so thank you. Lynn and Nick. Call back here to the start here. Sometimes that's just what happens. A little confusion there, which way to go, and you cannot cross over that center line. That's just one of the rules. There are a few rules we haven't talked a whole lot about. We don't see them very often, but sometimes, you know, in a big event like this, lots of pressure and such a desire to please, sometimes you just don't get started correctly, and that's just okay, it's just fine. Get back to do it another time. That was Lynn and Mick out of Washington, Lynn Green. Appreciate them. Now we'll go to Janine and Moss from Indiana.
Okay. Okay.
Cigar or something else?
It's going to play. It like smacks me.
Yeah, yeah. This is 121. Nice. Nice lift up high on the hill, now bringing this group down. Good pace, keeping the heads up. Giving them reasons to think. Something worth traveling towards as they check back to check the positioning. The more you watch these, the more you notice little variations in the behaviors of both the dogs and the sheep. You learn a lot by just watching the heads of the sheep, how they respond to pressure. Getting behind them once again and keeping them moving. Want to keep those sheep on a nice, steady forward progression. Yeah. What the dog does to accomplish that, it's just fine. The dog will cover a lot of ground. That's not a problem. The sheep, we want to do as little of that as possible. Keep them going nice and straight, nice and steady towards the handler's post.
This might sound crazy, but is that ice cream place store? That's not crazy. I might grab another scoop. Do you want the almond chip?
No, I might do the mint this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
After this, I'll get the 2 minutes.
Thank you, man. It's a great idea. I mean, I wouldn't do it if you hadn't suggested, but I'm doing it, you know.
We'll get 20 then. Not 2. We'll get 20.
Here we go round the backside of the proverbial mulberry bush here, bringing them to the end of the fetch and now the beginning of the drive. This is our team here from Indiana. We're in the state of the Kentucky Derby, and we've got a team from the state of the Indianapolis 500. These are states that like to go fast. Finding the right speed for these sheep is the right way to go. And this course, not just one giant left-hand turn either, has quite a bit of left and right, up and down. Terrain varies, so the technique must vary as well. This is the cross drive. You've seen it a few times if you've been with us here. What you're looking for, or I should say what the judge is looking for, is a nice straight line. It's not been hard to do that with the sheep seeing all their friends up in the exhaust. Getting them to run in that direction. It's getting them to run through the gates and slowing them down before they get there. Once you pass through that plane, whether it's in the middle or on the sides, you don't want them to come back. So you see often them slow down. And that's how you do it right there. So this is Janine and Moss making that move to make the turn and point them back down this direction. Now bringing this group down to the shedding ring. You've got a nice view up behind of the great horse culture of Kentucky here. Seeing a little bit of everything in one picture. That's nice. Into the shedding ring now. Once that happens, as it has, you see Janine make her way in to join in. Getting a thank you. Now walking out of that ring. Let's hear it for Janine Hennigan and Moss. Some nice work there. See them find partnership, one we will look forward to watching. Oh yeah. There's the cool down right there, the slam dunk. That's our version of the slam dunk. Nicely done. That leaves us with nine more teams to go out before our day is done. We'll have all of our qualifiers in place. Remember, the top 7 from Wednesday and Thursday advanced, the top 7 from Friday and today advanced, and then the next 7 with the highest combined scores that are not already qualified will qualify for tomorrow. 21 teams here tomorrow. Not 3 sheep, but 20 sheep will be worked with. So the time goes up. Each team will have 25 minutes to make their way through, but there's a lot of elements and a lot of sheep. So come back for whatever length of time you can. You will not be disappointed. It is a whole lot of fun to watch and remarkable when it all comes together. This is Angela McCran out of Florida. She will walk out with Roy. They are sponsored by Paula Smith and Kit. Another strong Floridian team here. Happy to have them at the Bluegrass Classic.
She goes, she's like, I already know what you want. I go, okay. Can I have 2 of them? Sure.
Sabi.
A lift accomplished up high on the hillside now, looking to bring this group of 3 down. And settle them down and get them to go in a straight line. A lot like my time at the DMV, getting us to stay in line and be patient. That is no easy task, but right through the panels there, nicely done. Now bringing this group down. The heads are up. They are moving. And they're moving exactly where they're supposed to be moving. So Angela and Roy doing this work. Now taking the time to line them up, point them towards that first set of panels to the right. Every part of the day has its challenges, of course. As you work later into the afternoon and early evening, sometimes the draw for food gets a little stronger, but sometimes we say that the sheep get a little heavy, but that does not mean they can't be moved. And we're seeing some nice work out here. Angela and Roy keeping that pressure, getting them to head towards that first set of panels. First leg of the drive. Remember here, this is the hardest part. The instinct to go and get the sheep and bring them in. That's what sheepdogs are known for, but ask them to push them away. Well, that doesn't just doesn't make sense sometimes. Went and fetched him and brought him in. We've got some sheep here that are happy to grab some fast food here, but some very fantastic elements. The first part of that trial
Had some wonderful things to build on. Let's have a round of applause for Angela McCran and Roy. Oh, these are my... Well, we'll turn to a little Bob Dylan here for some good advice. And that's don't think twice, it's all right. And it is all right. We're here together. Is it coming through?
You are.
to make it to the Bluegrass Classic. It's a big, big deal. All of our handlers hoping for a big run, a big score. Some days it's in the card, some days it's not. But that's okay, you build on what you got.
Music is really, really faint.
Oh. What about me?
You could go down a little bit. So if you want to turn you down,
Okay.
I'll do that. But I would turn the music up. So actually, I would go up there and down here.
Okay.
Well, we're down to just a handful of competitors here the rest of our afternoon right now. And this is Macy Staley and Piper stepping out to the handler's post. Right here in Kentucky, sponsored by Tanya Harding, Modern Woodman of America.
Is that what you have? Is
Do what?
what number do you have? 123?
123. For a moment there, I almost second guess myself on what.
It's delicious.
It really is.
Is it homemade?
I actually meant to ask her that.
This is the fetch line, bringing this group down. Trying to bring them back to the handler's post.
I feel like I'm coming through all of a sudden.
Do what?
I feel like I'm coming through all of a sudden, but you can hear me okay, huh?
Up to 100 points possible in a successful sheepdog trial run. Each element adds more points to that possibility. This is the third element, the fetch, coming all the way down from the high point on the hillside, bringing the sheep down and around the handler's post. Easy stepping out there to help direct traffic as Piper helps move this group around, has to go counterclockwise since it's a right-handed drive. This is our last Kentucky team right here. Nisi and Piper. Do a little shout out to our judge, Eamon Curley McCauley from Northern Ireland. He has been trialing himself since he was 11 years old. His son was our judge last year, so quite a family tradition. We're so thrilled to have him here with us this week. He's been judging the open trials yesterday and today. And right through that set of panels, making that left-hand turn, that is what is required. Now trying to set up for that cross drive from right to left. There we go. Judge McCauley looking for a nice progression. Keeping pressure on, but trying to hold back so you can point them into the panels there. We know these sheep want to run when they get a chance to see their friends. So the skill here is to get ahead of them, pull back a little bit, and redirect them through those panels. Nice work there, and you see that quick burst of speed to turn them, face them back down towards the shedding ring. So Judge McCauley doing the hard work of judging here today. A total of 65 folks out there trying to advance to the finals, so we thank him so much for his expertise and his patience and his good humor. Our other judge comes from Lancashire, England. It's Michael Longton. He judged on Wednesday and Thursday and took care of nursery classes yesterday and today. Also with a long pedigree of successes, a long history of sheepdog trials. So we are honored to have guest judges from England and from Northern Ireland now stepping into the shedding ring. Let's have a round of applause for Nisi, Staley, and Piper, showing us some fine skill out there and great partnership. Speaking of great partnerships, Nisi's been a big part of putting this event on and has been tireless and has been all over the venue, making sure all things go well. We sure appreciate her. It's fun to see her compete on her home turf in the Bluegrass Classic.
Piper, you deserve it, my friend. A nice trip to the cold water plunge. And now just a handful of competitors left. This is Christopher Chambers, all the way in from Indiana. He'll take to the handler's post with Tag. So Christopher and Tag, they are sponsored by Colleen Croxall. We're very pleased to have them here. Another chance to make some magic at the Bluegrass Classic. See what they've got in store for us. And there's that lift, getting this group on their way. Oh, what fun it would be to have a mic'd up situation during the lift, getting to listen to what happens between our canines and our sheep. Tag up there, letting them know that, well, hey, ladies, let's take a stroll, shall we? The idea here is to come straight down, as straight as possible, a nice line. Like the Johnny Cash song, I walk the line, that's what we're hoping for here. Nicely done. Nicely done, and through the fetch gates. Now continuing their forward progress. If you have a program, you can see a diagram of what is supposed to happen here, and so a long outrun up to the top, nice lift, and a straight line coming through the panels. Okay. And long line is 450 yards.
guess. I don't know my metrics as well. I think 450 yards is 75 kilometers. But don't quote me on that. Going towards the handler's post now. To go counterclockwise around. See the stamp there, that Stampy McGee there, trying to let Tag know that they're the boss of them. But right now, that's just not true. So he's moved them around this course. It's just an illusion of free will. You've got the Border Collie eye, presence, and the patience and the persistence to move this group of three. The trick is to make them think it was their idea. Okay, I'm going to go through those gates, but it's not because you're making me. I'm going to do it because I want to do it. At least that's the hope. That's how it works for my wife and I. I'm going to back you, not because you're making me do it, because I want to do it. And right through those gates, that's what you hope for. Now, you don't want them to drift back, so you'll notice that quick redirect, the patience. Get them pointed to the left, but not let them fall back through. Get a nice line towards the second set of panels. You know what they say, of course, that sheepdog trialing is a game of inches. Sometimes just a few inches left or right on that pressure can make a bit of difference. Some very, very fine work out there by Christopher Chambers and Tag. Let's have a round of applause, well-deserved, keeping us entertained and spellbound throughout that run, and now getting a little help out there. We got two dogs working this group. Six more teams getting ready to go out, 6 more chances to advance into the finals, whether you're top 7, which is an automatic advancement, or are able to put together a combined score. Top 7 from each of our 2-day competitions advance automatically into tomorrow, then the next 7 with the highest combined scores. So we won't know who those people will be until it all comes down to the end. That's kind of how we like it here. The suspense. The sheep are happy. They're into the exhaust. It's like a Robert Frost poem over there right now. Deceptively quiet. A lot of turmoil. Read between the lines. Here, these sheep have worked hard. They're exhausted. They're dreaming of a quiet night, no storms, lots of grass. This is Susan Rhodes, taking the road out to the Handler's Post, walking out with Dan. They join us from Virginia, sponsored by Rhonda Torin. We're pleased, very pleased to have them with us here at the Bluegrass Classic. If you've seen the Pixar short Lifted, you know there's a lot of different ways to try to lift something heavy, and these are 3 yearling ewes. Targhee Ramblay Cross, coming from Montana. That was a nice lift. Now we have them making nice progress down the fetch line. As I mentioned, this is Susan Rhodes, working with Dan out of Virginia. As they cross between the handler's post and the judge's trailer, that is the end of the fetch and the beginning of the drive. Now passing by the Purina Pro Plan pen. Say that 5 times real fast. I know some of these dogs hoping to get a NIL deal with Purina, so see those ears flapping there. That's his group of 3. Those are supposed to head in that direction. Not exactly sure why. So the why is provided by the handler and the dog. In this case, that is Susan and Dan. as you get a feel for this competition, you can see those moments of increased pressure and pulling back. But remember, there is no game plan for the sheep. So the results of your choice plays out right in front. But that's nice right there, right through that panel. Get them pointed, put the pressure where it needs to go, and then get them turned around and brought back down towards the shedding ring. That's the goal. Stepping into the shedding ring now. Susan and Dan will do that curious dance. Known as the shed. We have every reason to believe this dance is going to catch on via TikTok. And with that away, we know that the judge has seen what he needs to see here. So some beautiful work there by Susan Rhodes and Dan out of Virginia. Let's have a round of applause for these two as they walk off. Dan looking for perhaps a little liquid refreshment. And there you go. Oh, yeah. That feels good. Had a chance to take a little trip before the competition started out to the Red River Gorge. This is my very first time in Kentucky. I have to say, what a beautiful and lovely place it is indeed. Did exactly what Dan is doing right now in the Red River after a beautiful drive through the natural arch area, natural bridges. Just absolutely stunning. This is a beautiful place to be sure and a wonderful people. So thrilled to be a part of the Bluegrass Classic with you this year. Mr. Scott Johnson has just walked through the gate. And he has Meg right now at his side. They're looking up the hillside. They come from Alabama. They are sponsored by Dana Rice. And they now have a chance to do something special. Scott Johnson and Meg. Looking up the hillside, watching our set-out crew bring the sheep into place. Here you've got a border collie and a horse working together. Just another example of another configuration of how these remarkable animals work in tandem with their human counterparts, bringing the Kentucky tradition of horsemanship and sheepdogging together. Nice lift high there on the hill and getting this group coming down. That lift is a fascinating part of the competition. It is really only 10 points out of potential 100, but it can often set the tone for how other things work out. So getting their attention, doing it in the right way, enough pressure, but not too little pressure. Getting them on the move here, looking to get them onto that visible line between the white marker of the set out and the handler's post. Coming back now towards the handler's post. This is the close of the fetch. Counterclockwise in preparation for a right-hand drive. That's true even if the sheep are left-handed. Just makes it a little harder, that's all. Taking it back between that space, between the post and the pen, and now getting a chance to line them back up and try to go another nice straight line. 150 yards from the handler's post to the first set of panels on the right. Kind of mesmerizing to watch, isn't it? It's just fascinating. So many moving parts, literally moving parts out there on the field. So many elements of a successful sheepdog trial run. You watch these runs, you think, I could do that. And then you see something else, and you're like, I could never do that. You think, I could be a handler, and maybe you can be. It just takes time and dedication. Some of the kids right now want to be the dog, which also takes time and dedication. Making their way across and towards the shedding ring. They're being entranced here by Scott and Meg. as well as 3 fine sheep. Now into the shedding ring. 40 feet in, excuse me, 40
yards.
40 yards in diameter. Double check that. Certainly some beautiful things happening out there. Scott Johnson and Meg. A round of applause for these two from Alabama, showing us some very, very fine elements of a sheepdog trial run. You saw them into the shedding ring there.
Maybe they're not elementary standard because Vicky's not sure why they're pulling it. But don't.
I won't. I wouldn't
That's
dare.
what they have.
Part of our process today is to determine those who will qualify for these finals tomorrow. Top 7 will qualify in the first 2 days, top 7 for the next 2 days, and 7 more for combined scores will advance. As you watch that shed take place where you've got 3 sheep and then go out and try to shed off 1. Those numbers will change dramatically tomorrow in the finals, where you'll be working with 2 groups of 10 sheep, bringing them together and eventually ending up with 20 sheep in that shedding ring. That's not a sheep dog experience, that's a sheep doge experience as you try to turn 20 into 5. So a lot of skill and a lot of excitement here tomorrow. We hope you'll come and join us. This is Tracy Treadwell now walking out of Iowa. She's got Frank at her side. Sponsored by Denise Jameson of University of Iowa. So happy to have you here with us, and Masterson Station Park. Lovely Lexington, Kentucky. This is the Bluegrass Classic sheepdog trial. One of the oldest and most respected trials in the nation. Known for having large fields. A lot of participants hoping to make some magic happen here. We'll winnow that field down considerably for the finals. Right now, out there doing the hard work is Tracy and Frank. See that famous Border Collie side-eye? Nice lineup right there for the judge. See all of these remarkable contestants. Think a little bit about the eyes out there. The Border Collie eye famous, no barking happening, just steady, intense glaring. Now the sheep have a bigger range of vision, and so they look to the left and see the Border Collie. They look to the right and somehow see the Border Collie. And realize they've got no options but to keep on heading on. Keep on keeping on. That is the official sheep philosophy. When you're being trailed by a sheepdog. Through the panels, nicely done, looking to make the turn now and set up for the cross drive. And the range of vision for these sheep quite a bit larger than the dog. That's why you see the Border Collies generally behind. We don't want them to cross in front. That confuses the sheep, so keeping that sweeping motion back and forth. But just out of the corner of your eye, you see this remarkable but intense dog pushing you through. That's part of the power. This is Frank out there. Small adjustments, small moments. Each of these add up to important results here. And so stepping away from the handler's post, but some nice work to feel good about. Let's hear it for Tracy Treadwell and Frank. Tracy Treadwell and Frank out of Iowa. Frank still wants to keep going. That is what you hope to see, a dog that wants to work. Exactly what my mother-in-law hoped for. Thank you. Being brought in here, we got a little turtles playing over there, a little Happy Together. A celebratory song for the partnerships that we see here Don't forget about the sheep, by the way. They are certainly important in this transaction. Couldn't have a trial without them. Right now, stepping through the gates, this is Jennifer Glenn, all the way from Alberta. So happy to have the Glens with us here at this event, sponsored by Debbie Bailey, and this is Jennifer and Butch. Up the hillside and getting ready for the set-out crew to be where they need to be. Nice outline up to the top there, and a nice lift here, bringing this group down. An easy pace, but keeping them pointed the right direction, trying to do the fetch line as straight as possible. Late afternoon and early evening here. Nice light breeze, nice sunny field out there. This is Jennifer Glenn and Butch, all the way from Alberta, with us here in Kentucky for the Bluegrass Classic. See how that speed is controlled in that position. first leg of the drive. You can see the variations on the terrain out there on the course. The sheep disappeared momentarily from my view. So not only are they negotiating a complex configuration of geometry, but topographical challenges as well, a lot to stay on top of. The adjustment there, and now pointing them to the north, relatively speaking, over towards the next set of panels. Trying to control that speed a little bit. We've seen a lot of groups make a hard run to get to their friends. Flock of sheep, the size of that flock over there has grown throughout the day. It's such a draw. It's like Jupiter over there, pulling in anything and everything that it can. So keeping the pressure on to bring this group back for a few more moments, a few more skills. Sheep are not as excited about that as we are, but that's okay. That's what we came for, is to see this very thing here into the shedding ring. Once they're in, you'll see Jennifer move in to join. Speaking of dynamic partnerships, happy to have both the Glens here, Scott and Jennifer. This is Jennifer extremely talented in this event, and now we are lined up. Jennifer and Butch on either side of this group of three. Getting the signal from the judge. Looking to bring this group back in patiently. Jennifer makes her way uphill. That is an uphill climb to the pen. That gives her a little extra time to have it ready and open, assess the angles, and see what they can do together. Sheepnado right into the pen. That's it right there. Wow. You saw a few moments there, could have gone any direction. One sheep turned away, thinking about it, and then that pressure and that persistence, turning that head and getting all three in. Nicely done. Jennifer, Glenn, and Butch, all the way from our friends to the north, Alberta. I'm thrilled to have them here from Canada. We'll see what the judge tells us here, but how about one more round of applause for Jennifer, Glenn, and Butch, putting on a show for us. Butch is into the tub. Well, deservedly so. Well, that gives just two more chances here to qualify. That's what we're going to find out, what can happen. Two more teams will have that chance. This will be Mr. Alex Hodge. Comes from Tennessee, and he's walking out to the handler's post with Twit. So Alex and Twit. They're sponsored by Tracy Stevens. And we are delighted to have them here from Tennessee.
How do I spell that?
T-W-I-T-T.
Oh, for some reason it auto-corrected to twist.
Oh. Twist is more likely.
Taking that time to get them lined up on the fetch line and now pointing directly towards that open set of panels. And safely through, now looking to finish this fetch. It comes from the set up spot all the way down to the handler's post, as straight a line as possible, ideally through those panels. You watch the heads of the sheep, it often tell you a lot about where that pressure is coming from. If the angle is good, getting them back onto that line, you'll see it is inevitable. The sheep will not want to stay on that line. Putting that pressure where it's required is part of the skill of the fetch. These are yearlings, so 1-year-old Targhee Rambouillet cross. Coming from the area around Billings, Montana. Supplied to us by Mike and Henry Hollenbeck. The Bluebell Sheep Operation. They have traveled far to be here with us. Certainly grateful for the suppliers of these fine, fine sheep. Nice adjustment there, and through that set of panels. Now redirect towards the left. And this group sees the draw of the exhaust. This is Alex Hodge and Twit. Let's give a round of applause for some nice work out there on our competition field. That will leave us just a final one here. These sheep, after this competition, will head back to Montana, where they will become the breeding stock for next year's sheep at the Bluegrass. So eating, competing, and eventually breeding, that's not a bad life right there. We're grateful once again to have such quality sheep with us in this competition. We're grateful to have you as well. I'm glad you stuck it out for the last few runs. This will be our last one, actually. This will be Mary Klimek and Hope. Coming to us from Pennsylvania, we'll wait. Oh, that leap for joy. Look at that. That is vertical leap on some of these sheep. You have no idea until they get to go where they want to go. This is Mary Klimek and Hope, sponsored by Skylar Landis, and they come all the way from PA. So as we wait for our last set out of the day, up high on the hill, a special thank you to our set out crew and to our exhaust crew and all the rest of our exhausted crew. These are full days. We're looking forward to Mary and Hope. That just sounds like a positive message. through the slot here, as we hope to see. On the bench line, our last group of sheep here, very aware that they are alone out on the field, and that a lot of their friends are done for today, but we're gonna keep on keeping on. Mary and Hope doing the work out there to bring this group back towards the handler's post. Creating that passage there between the handler and the dog. The sheep know which way they are to go. They do not know the play here. They don't know the plan. They don't have a map. It's all up to the handler and these tremendous border collies to help them navigate. Getting them lined up now for the first leg of the drive. See these sheep from Montana with the latest in fashion, wearing furry moon boots. It's 150 yards from the handler's post to the panels. You can see the undulating hills here as the sheep disappear from my sight ever so briefly into a dip there, and that is very indicative of this field. Climbs, descents, flats, angles. So doing these straight lines, easy on a two-dimensional piece of paper, not so much so out here. Doing great work here. This is Mary and Hope. Through the panels and now looking to redirect. Now Now they feel that tractor beam over towards Sheep Planet. That's not a planet, that's a space station. Circling back up and getting ready to point those sheep back down. See once again that gravity wanting those sheep wanting to go where they want to go. Some nice work by Hope trying to get them turned back down towards Mary. And a thumbs up from Mary there. Nicely done. Let's give a very, very warm and loud applause for our last contestant team here on the day, Mary Klimek and Hope from Pennsylvania. Got Mary and Hope on my Christmas card, and I love that combination. A great team there. So happy to have them with us from PA. Well, between yesterday and today, we've had 130 of these teams go out. 130, and of the 130, 7 will advance with the 7 highest scores. That's true for the first 2 days of competition as well. 7 out of 130 from Wednesday and Thursday. Do that math. That is not an easy thing to emerge from. Now, there are another 7 that will advance till tomorrow. Those will be the top combined scores of the next 7. So a total of 21 will join us tomorrow for the finals. And we hope you'll be here for it as well. It is going to be fun. That I can promise you. It all begins at 8 a.m. That's a little later than we're used to around these parts. We've been starting at 6:30 to get through these sizable fields. Now we're going to start at 8 a.m. for the double lift final. Be a presentation of handlers at about 10:30. And we'll continue on until it's all done. The double lift award ceremony taking place 30 minutes after the last run, sometime we hope and believe between 4 and 5 p.m. Of course, by definition, that can change. So safest thing to do is just come join us. Spend the day with us. I know everyone has a different way of spending their Sundays, but a nice, quiet, peaceful time outdoors, enjoying this beautiful country, side by side with friendly and good people, watching this remarkable partnership between canine and human. We've got to throw the sheep in there too, because they have a big part to play. So thrilled to have you with us today. We hope you'll come back tomorrow. Either way, you have been a part of the 2025 Bluegrass Classic right here in Lexington, Kentucky. It's got a tradition of 60 plus years. 60 plus years this event's been going on. Sizable fields of teams. Sheep brought all the way in from Montana. It's just good, good, good. So enjoy the evening, stretch, relax, get some sleep, eat, drink, and be merry, and all the best senses of those words. Come back and be with us tomorrow if you can be for the double lift final here at the Bluegrass Classic. Thank you much. My name is Matthew. It's been my pleasure to be with you. I'll be back here tomorrow for our final day of competition. We've been live streaming this event, not just those on hand, but those around the country, indeed around the world, who watch these same events. And right now they're saying, I want to go to Kentucky. That looks so beautiful. And I'll just go ahead and let you know it is that beautiful. So come and join us next year in person. For now, wherever you may be, and whoever you may be, wherever you may be from in this great, big, beautiful world, I want to say, stay classy. Come back, be with us.